I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot gear? I don't see no riot here. Why are you in riot gear?
Justice! Now!
Justice! Now! Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't Michael Brown. Shut it down for Michael Brown.
Small city of Birmingham.
I'm here for Harley. Guess what? I took this guy, the tall diner, who gave me nobody's way.
My God, so proud of this.
Again, I use this one. Oh, I do. We go to Bay Street. Let's go to Bay Street. Our streets! 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 Hey, don't move! Don't move! Diane! 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 Back your fucking car! Everyone's happy! Everyone's happy! Hold on, wait a minute! Be happy! Everyone's happy! We're excited! Before you
Because he was urinating in the bush. They searched him. Found an ounce of marijuana
We don't get no justice and we don't get no pay!
Are the intersections?
Cody! Cody! Uber back.
It actually doesn't take that long to get to university. I feel bad. I feel
No! Justice! Now! Justice!
We want it now! We want justice! We want it now!
Out of the tunnels and into the streets, putting an end to the racist belief. Oh, it's got a cigarette for a very chosen bet.
News on 109s in Washington. Police are arguing why there were children inside a Miami nightclub at 1 a.m. this morning with gunfire. 15 people wounded, including the women.
Fuck you! I just gonna leave now? It's like 75 people stuck. Yeah, they got like 75 people dropped back this way. Back this way. They got let's go! Let's go! Keep it moving!
Over there, we need to go and just gather the people.
Please shut up! There are 100 people trapped back there. I just ran through their through the fucking hotel. And now I'm here. There are people back there, including my friends, who need to stay here. All these people need to come back.
Another calling card. Aside from the police badges stuff.
We gotta stay together. We gotta stay. We can't just leave each other when some of us are trapped. If you were trapped in there, you gotta stay here. Come back. Come back.
Regardless of what we do, they're not gonna let them go. That's why I'm not here. Let our people go.
Hey, not everyone. We gotta stay here. We can't let all those people get arrested. I was trapped in there. I want people right here standing up on the
And I'm getting the shot.
I'm sorry. The roof had cracks in some places, and every single window in the building was missing. Let our people go! Let our people go! Let our people go! Let our people go! Let our people go!
You gotta stick together. If you were trapped behind there, you'd want every person standing right here to fight for you.
Let them go! Let them go!
Let them go! Officers, have you told them which way they're allowed to leave yet? Bitch! Which way are they allowed to leave? Bitch! Let them out! Have you established a Let them out. Sorry.
Let them go.
Let our people go. Let them go. We need everyone. Come on, guys. Come on, rally up. Let them go. Let our people go. Let our people go.
Guys, come on, you guys. This is the trap. This is the trap, you guys. Keep moving. Come on, seriously. Come on, dude. Look. Who's gonna come in right over here? This is too convenient. This is just too convenient, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. This is too convenient, bro. There's a nice alley up top. Say, you know what? Let's go this way. Save our friends.
Let him go!
Go around the access on the other side.
Let's go. I say we can keep on marching. Keep marching. I'm good. What's the march? Make sure you obey the all right, cool.
Back there, I think they got about
I say that we keep walking and keep moving.
Yeah.
We keep moving. Stopping is, I mean, come on, right?
We're gonna get trapped. We're gonna get trapped if we stay still.
Yeah, right. Who wants to know? Yeah, word?
That word.
Okay, let's go. Who's moving this way?
I think we're going that way.
All right, we're going this way. Right now. Come with us. Don't fall for the trap. Don't.
We've gone a while.
Yeah. Reassuring it's fun. It's gonna Blackbird Diner and take all their bacon.
I'm gonna take one.
Come on. This way.
See, exactly. That's how you know.
They got a whole police station. Hold on, police city, but wait behind Ross. We gotta go this way.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
This way. Anybody that wants to stay here, have the center.
They're way behind Ross right now. They want us to go that way.
I know, right? Come on. Hey, guys, go in the back alley. Get your friends. Send your friends. Go in the back alley. Come on, now. Come on. Let's keep moving.
North alleys, go back alleys.
Come on, man. Go street, bro. Who's alley? Who's alley? What? No, who's street?
Oh, street.
Who's street?
Wall Street. Come on.
Oh, street.
Stay together. Exactly. Stay together. Anybody that wants to stay has an agenda. Come.
Keep it moving and don't stay trapped. I know we gotta stay together, but you have a choice. You have a choice.
Hey, everybody request the point. This way, let's go.
Oh, let's go. We're passing the point. We're passing the point. They're trying to trap you in the only way. There's a whole police station over there.
Oh, yeah, crap.
Top cities over there. Pass the cars. Let's go.
Over the bridge, back the bridge.
Let's go! Hold up, let's go! People, we still have victory. We're all on the fucking freeway. So be excited. I'm excited. Oh, right. That's right, people. We got 3 tonight. The one place where man fails is our hearts. Yeah.
Hey guys, there's 100 people marching on the train tracks towards us from Berkeley. Hey, what's up?
On the train tracks.
That's probably where it
think she's home.
Occupy Amtrak.
And you understandably get pissed, and the more pissed you get, the more they abuse you. And then the other cops come in, and then they think, okay, oh, here's a guy down. He must have done something wrong. And then they put the knee to the head, and you're down. It's just when you see a normal guy like that get abused like that, obviously you think it could happen to anybody, right? And it's maddening, man. It's frustrating. Those guys are supposed to serve us, not attack us.
This way.
Next one. Take the next stairs, Pat.
Wow. Are you ready?
My inhaler's working something. I love this backpack. We on a what?
Killer, be happy. That's for what, sir? Be happy. It's okay to smile. Smiling is okay. I was just be on the phone. I'm like, it's okay, sir. Be happy tonight.
Out of the Hyatt and into the streets.
Out of the Hyatt into the street.
Out of the Hyatt into the streets.
Out of the Hyatt into the street. Out of the Hyatt into the street.
Out of the Hyatt into the street.
Out of the Hyatt into the street. Out of the Hyatt into the street.
Out of the hotel into the street. Out of the hotel into the street. Out of the hotel into the street. Out of the hotel into the street. Out of the hotel.
Hell yeah. Help for Americans. That's great, man.
Hey, don't block us! We gotta exit!
We can't move at all. Okay, good, great. Don't. See, that's where everybody's at.
Where you going? Three tickets to ride.
That's the way we were able to do it that first time. We were when the white girl we hit that we had a trick and we had to move faster.
Should we just try to hold the tracks?
There's no lights.
We should go back.
Surround us here.
We gotta get another one. That's awesome.
Let's go!
Stay together.
Just keep it moving.
If we don't feel like we're going down the train tracks, we should go.
We're not going down the train.
Okay, I can cross. Is that a train?
They're breaking off.
This way, you're breaking up. This way.
They're going this way. We can.
Hey, this way, you're following us.
Only one star, y'all.
Stay together.
We've been hearing they'll be coming for the past 20 minutes.
They're just gonna come meet us back in downtown Berkeley.
You think that I think that's a blockade from the cops so they can't get
Every time we stop, we lose people.
Stay together, y'all.
Several of them.
What are we doing?
That's what's fucking they can't deal with that shit.
I say we get back to you feel like we're letting the cops walk up to us?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Everybody back up to the avenues.
Yeah.
It's safer up there. They can't fuck us up there.
go.
I was there yesterday.
This guy.
Okay, downtown Berkeley. Downtown Berkeley, or this way?
This way.
This way?
This way.
Or freeway? This way? This way?
This way.
This way? This way? Yeah, this way. Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna vote.
Is we're gonna vote.
Two options
Will be
this way,
this way
or freeway.
or freeway.
This way
Or freeway.
Not right now. Okay. This way.
This
Or freeway. This way. Let's go this way.
If only the president like that. This guy or that guy.
Hey, city council meeting tomorrow night. City council meeting tomorrow night, Berkeley. 2134 MLK. Look it up right now. You got a computer in your pocket. I am not lying. City council meeting. City council meeting. 2134 MLK. Right next year. Look it up. I think what that
Oh, damn.
7 p.m. City Council meeting. Shut it down. 2134 MLK. It's on the web. Somebody tweet that shit right now. I don't got people declaring.
Spread out everything.
OCC, OCC, hello, occupy. OCC, hello, occupy. That's right. going to occupy the street. Say it again, since 2011. And we're here. We're live. We're back. All we need is six. All we need is six. Who was there? It was a movement. It was a line. And we have the support of the
Fuck the police!
Everybody, toes open.
Hey, Justice! Hey, Justice! Justice!
Iron Celebration is so different and making me feel insane.
Yeah, man. Let's fucking revolt! No cars in the black room! Dude, that makes no difference.
David, go.
No peace. No peace.
I don't know if they were doing it on purpose or not.
To the city, still was left in the cold. Hands in the sky, still was left in the road. Ribbon in the sky, Michael Brown, another soul. Stole by the system, black now we pay the toll. Price is your life, Uncle Sam on the slice. Black dress code, now we looking in the night.
There are 50 people
on the three strike, walk before San Pablo and 60. Yeah. Tell them. Tell them.
You can let the cars go through to the box.
Oh wait, are you right in the corner?
Holy shit. It's over. Erica, it's done. So how do we pick it up? See if we can get an additional squad. We need to go that way.
Actually, I'm parked over there. Can I go that way?
Stay here.
Sorry? Go that way. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I got all that.
I need somebody to send me a video.
don't get me wrong, that's a really good thing to focus on. Police are a brutal institution, but I think there's a little bit too much of that. It's a little bit too much of us seeing ourselves and getting our asses kicked on the screen. And one thing that I learned from like films like Breaking the Spell is that we can actually take charge of the narrative, and when we do win, we should actually highlight that. The mainstream media already denigrates us on a daily basis, and so I want to make films that lift the spirits of people fighting, that celebrate our cultural resistance, and that generally, show us that we can also win.
And how the fuck do you make this happen? I mean, get paid for making anarchist films.
Well, it depends what you mean by getting paid. Like back in 2008, Submedia started accepting donations on the website, and I was pretty surprised that enough money was coming in that we could pay our bills and buy tacos and beer every so often. But with the little that we make, we were able to make it happen every month, and it has proved that one could potentially make really radical films with like undiluted like anarchist content and not get censored and actually like exist in this awful capitalist world. And so we can play as much riot porn as we want, we can curse as much as we want, and again, like at the end of the day, when we finish our work here, what you see is uncensored, pretty raw like anarchist cinema. And so, what I would say to filmmakers out there who espouse this politics is that you could potentially do this. You could potentially make films without being beholden to careerism or film festivals or studio bosses or TV networks, and actually reach thousands of people like we do every month.
So, Submedia is releasing a best of DVD. Why the fuck are you using this outdated format?
Well, I guess when you create media for the internet, you have nothing tangible to show for. It's just like zeros and ones, like floating out there in cyberspace. And it's been a lot of hard work for the past 10 years. So we wanted to create something tangible, something that maybe it's a little pat in our back, that we feel proud of. But we also wanted to have something that people could actually hold in their hands. And so this DVD has a booklet with about 20 pages with like full color stills from the best films that we consider our best films from the past 10 years. But also the DVD it's a format that can still be used for communities who don't have like high speed internet. And so even though we're going to sell this DVD on the website to recoup our costs and also help fund our projects for 2015 and beyond, we're also going to give it away for free as a download on our website on December 19th, with the hope that if people like the content and like the DVD, that they download the DVD, burn it in their home DVD burners, and print out the booklet and the label, and are able to share it with their friends with little or no cost at all.
So, what's up for the next 10 years?
Well, we're expanding. More and more people are collaborating with us on our videos. We have plans to keep making the show in the old way that we were doing it, about twice a month, and maybe grow to like 4 times a month, and we can if we can hack it. We're releasing a video collaboration with Crank Tank early in 2015, and we are going to be engaging in a bunch of short film projects called "What Are We Fighting For?", where anarchists and other freedom fighters tell us the story of their struggles, and a long-term feature-length project with the working title Libertad that is going to attempt to tell the story of anarchy.
Thanks, Frank. And that'll be it for this edition of It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine. Thanks a lot to all the slaves who opted out of the Black Friday shopping frenzy and transferred me a few ducats so that I can feast on tacos this festive season. Kirk, Terry, Sydney, Marcin, Charles, Renzo, Thomas, Erica, Max, Preston, Tom, Audrey, Alexander, Desolation Surf Club, The Wongs, Sarah, Gregory, Peter, William, Christoph, Edward, Jonathan, Morris, Stephen, Miguel, Patrick, CJ Mack, NK, Christian, Kyle, Dylan, Shannon, Francois, Valentin, Yahe, Anders, Liam, Justin, and Evelyn, Tejuino. And super hot sauce gratitude to the newest members of the Ta Conspiracy: Keith, Scott, Shiva, Miguel, Stephen, Carpe Locos Collective, Julia, Justina, and Manola Molcajete. Also want to let you motherfuckers know that Some Media TV's DVD, A Decade of Subversion, is now available for pre-order
with an expected ship date of December 15th. So head on over to submedia.tv/shop and order your copy today. If you're fucking broke, we will make the whole fucking thing available for download on December 19th for free. And remember to send me shoplifting tips this holiday season, subscribe to my email list and podcast, or to watch hundreds of free videos. Just visit my fucking website, stimulator.tv. And here's to another 10 of Anarchist Rockers.
We're taking a look at the clashes between the police and the people they're sworn to protect, with questions of race and inequality swirling at the center. But the answers are not always black and white. Our Byron Pitts delves into these thorny issues with a personal journey to his hometown of Baltimore for the first installment of ABC's week-long series, Race, Justice in America.
Once again tonight, as temperatures fall across America, tempers are rising. Protesters scream. Parents pleading. The mother of that black 12-year-old boy killed in Cleveland, gunned down by a white policeman who mistook the child's toy gun for a real one. The moment caught on surveillance.
What would you like to see happen right now?
That the police be accountable for what they did to my son.
Die-ins for New York's Eric Garner. Hands up, don't shoot for Ferguson, Missouri's Michael Brown. Sports stars like LeBron James making their own statement. In these cases and others, the optics scream America's old wound of race and justice has been reopened. Again today, the president weighed in, this time on black entertainment television.
I want my grandsons to be treated like anybody else's grandsons.
But is it that simple? Eric Garner's widow said no on Meet the Press Sunday.
I don't even feel like it's a black and white thing, honestly.
If what has our nation convulsing from New York to L.A., Washington to Atlanta is more complicated than race, no place is it more complicated than Baltimore, America's 26th largest city. The political and the powerful pass it by in the comfort of fast-moving trains. Be-more, my beloved hometown, known for the Inner Harbor, the Orioles, crab cakes. And for better or worse, HBO's The Wire. An edgy police drama, a supposed fictional look at a city ravaged by crime and corruption after all those with means to leave did. Much of what The Wire portrayed is real.
This is the area I grew up in. My old high school's over there, Archbishop Curley High School.
I go home to Baltimore often.
What role, if any, does race play in that dynamic here in Baltimore?
We absolutely have to let race go. Like we often joke that when nobody's white, nobody's black, we're all blue.
Excuse me. I did speak, and I did ask you a question, right?
Distrust between the public and police is palpable.
They don't look at us as people. They just see the uniform and see police officers.
We spent several days and nights with cops on the street. A call goes out for a cop in need of backup. Plainclothes and uniformed officers speed to the scene, guns drawn. Turns out it was one teenager stopped on suspicion of drug possession. That show of force made neighbors livid.
The people, the innocent bystanders, and I mean like the pedestrians that want to stand around and walk through, we get harassed the most.
There's such a police presence in this area because it's so violent. You actually really didn't need 20 police officers there, but everybody came.
That's Lieutenant Joel Fry. This is his unit.
And you make no apologies for that show of force, right? Absolutely not. I mean, because our safety is paramount. I mean, I've seen plenty of police get hurt and even killed because we didn't have that show of force. And I'm not going to apologize for that.
Lieutenant Fry is white. Baltimore is a predominantly black city. But it turns out here the tension isn't just race. The police department is 41% black. The police commissioner and the mayor, both African American. And look at this. One of the many cameras set up across the city captures a black police officer punching a black man. The officer was charged with assault and is now on leave. The latest in a series of questionable encounters. The city of Baltimore has paid out $5.7 million in the last 4 years to settle more than 100 cases of alleged police brutality.
Is it black and white or is it black versus blue? I think it's a little bit of both. That legacy of race still exists.
It does.
It does. The level of trust has increased, but it continues to take dips down. A lot of people are doing the sort of things that need to be done.
Like me, Kwesi Nfume grew up in Baltimore. He's seen the city from many vantage points. A high school dropout and former gangbanger, he went on to graduate college, becoming a U.S. congressman and national president of the NAACP.
I've never been to a city in America where there seems to be as much animosity as there is between the citizenry of Baltimore and the Baltimore Police Department. How do you explain that?
I explain it through history. We had some tough police commissioners who would bust your head, throw you in jail, plant drugs on you, lock you up for no reason.
Yeah, Camden Park, that's over here. This area is gorgeous.
A big part of Police Commissioner Anthony Batts' job is to change that narrative. The former police chief of Oakland, he came to Baltimore 2 years ago.
I think in certain parts of the community, we're seen as occupying army. We got to be honest and open about that, and we got to change that. And what I have to do is give the officers the skills and the abilities to start shifting and changing that, opening up conversations, communication, and you hear me say this a lot, and listen to the people.
Batts was hired by Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake. A native Baltimorean, she sees the connection between crime and public mistrust, but also a shrinking city and shrinking resources. In the past 50 years, Baltimore has lost nearly 1/3 of its population.
You drive through Baltimore. It is heartbreaking what you see. How do you explain that?
It's not rocket science. We've had years of disinvestment, years of flight. It should not matter what neighborhood that you grow up or that your parents live in. That should not determine your ability to go to a state-of-the-art school, and that's what we're going to have for Baltimore's kids for now and in the future. So we have to do that in order to attract families and to make sure that families stay in Baltimore.
Economics and education aside, public safety is still her biggest worry.
There's some things that you get a do-over. And with the homicide, you don't. If you lose a life, that life is gone. And I know what it's like. My family's been impacted personally. My cousin was killed last year.
Old male shot in the back of the head.
There have been 200 homicides in Baltimore this year. Most often the victim and the perpetrator are black. During our ride-along, it didn't take long to come across our first murder scene of the night. A man shot to death at a gas station.
They're still collecting evidence and trying to get witness statements to find out exactly what happened.
Not far away, another man shot in a park. The victim's brother showed up.
No, not right now.
Their voice is rarely heard on the national stage. Instead, they seethe in small community hearings. Here, a family grieving over a relative killed in police custody lashes out at the mayor and police chief. The anger not over racial bias, but a perceived abuse of power. To a proud son of this city, the discourse is heartbreaking, and there is so much work to be done. But I see hope in the smallest of ways.
What is your house?
I met Dale Hargrave. We graduated high school the same year. After a career in the military, he moved back home.
What do you make of what's going on here?
I like it. I think it's a long time coming. We worked hard on trying to get developers, big and small. It's been very successful. I know some people still have misgivings about gentrification and all that.
But he proudly welcomes his newest neighbor.
So this is a 3-story house.
37-year-old Shea Frederick is an engineer. He bought his house for $9,000.
This will end up being a big master bedroom with a master bath.
It's an investment like Shea's that will help make change.
This is likely a drug house or a drop house.
It definitely was. I probably took a good 5-gallon bucket of crack vials out of this house. Wow. I found a double-barrel sawed-off shotgun in the wall just back there.
In the wall?
Yeah.
Usable?
It was a little rusty, but I imagine it could have been.
Like many corners of America, my hometown has its own troubled history with race and justice. But there is a sense here things are improving. The racial divide still exists, just not as wide, nor as deep.
So for those who would say there were deserts in Baltimore before you got here, there'll be deserts when you leave.
I hope when my time comes that it's a better police department serving the community in a better way, and it will grow. Then the next person comes on and they will build upon that foundation, and then the next person will build upon that foundation. And hopefully in the next 20 or 30 years is that I get to prove you wrong when we come back and you say, I don't think Baltimore can do this. And I can say, your Baltimore, where you were born, has done this.
In Baltimore, I'm Byron Pitts for Nightline.
Ferguson, Missouri has become a microcosm of the racial tension in America today, and the result of Darren Wilson's grand jury investigation has made things much worse by highlighting injustice that exists in the African American community. Joining me to talk about this is blogger Chauncey DeVega. Chauncey, you did what we're all, the media should do, and that's to actually read what Darren Wilson had to say in his report. Unfortunately, most people didn't do that. Most people didn't actually pay much attention to what he actually said because it tells us an awful lot. As you talk about this, how about broadening it? And let's talk about, in general, do these facts sound like what we usually see when a police officer commits homicide? I mean, isn't this just a blueprint? Take it from your reading of this.
Darren Wilson was either possessed of a fever dream of white racism when he wrote and gave his testimony to the grand jury, or he was coached by his attorneys to come up with such an unfathomably outrageous version of events that would be better suited for a remake of Birth of the Nation at a summer stock theater by the KKK or by neo-Nazis. It is. If you actually sit down and read what he wrote, here's just some samples, instead of what the drive-by media has offered, from folks who've actually sat down and read Darren Wilson's testimony. He described Michael Brown as a giant Negro, and this is very, very important. He said that Michael Brown was so large and so strong that when he grabbed him, he felt like he was being held by Hulk Hogan, and he was reduced to a 5-year-old. He said that Michael Brown had the ability to duck down his head and run through bullets while making feral grunting noises. Apparently, Michael Brown also talks like a blaxploitation actor from a bad movie in the 70s, because he apparently beats Darren Wilson, who, interestingly enough, if you look at the video, has no injuries to his face. It looks like he just got up, woke up, and went out. No visible injuries, but apparently this monstrous, giant Michael Brown hits him with so much force that he's afraid for his life. And the more general context is, as I said, we have two options here. Either Darren Wilson actually believes these profoundly racist things, we would call this implicit bias. He was coached to say these ridiculous things, which is very likely, or some combination of the two. We know that justice isn't
okay.
blind.
Let me stop you right there, because that's a lot of material. Here's where I see this. You've reported on these types of incidents before. Let's take what we just talked about and let's broaden it to the police community in general. We know that what has to happen is the police officer has to somehow give the impression that they were concerned about their life or the lives of others. Plug in because we see that virtually in every report that surfaces like this, that usually surfaces weeks after the homicide. In other words, it takes place, they look at the forensic evidence, they try to make the story fit the forensic evidence. So let's take that one part that with the Wilson testimony that says, gee, I was objectively very, very concerned for my own life and the life of others. Talk about that.
Well, what happens here is, as you smartly pointed out, you change your narrative to try to fit made-up facts in order to find yourself in a position where you'll be exonerated. So it's very, very difficult for police in any case to ever be found guilty of committing murder, of any sort of impropriety, especially when it's against a person of color. But what Darren Wilson did, and his attorneys counseled him to do, is come up with this exaggerated and bizarre story of a crazed black teenager who apparently attacks police officers. Any black or brown person knows never to attack a police officer, never mind talk back to them. Then you can create this exaggerated sense of fear. And what he did was he played on these deep anxieties that a lot of our white brothers and sisters, we have a lot of research about this, have about African Americans and to a lesser degree Latinos. So Darren Wilson was able to exaggerate this story that's deeply rooted in anti-black bias in this country that goes back hundreds of years. So the jurors would then say, my God, how could anybody not be afraid of this crazy, feral, super strong, superhuman black person who attacks police? And then that also allows them to then cover up the facts as we've seen. This grand jury process, number one, was unprecedented in terms of it was an info dump to confuse the jurors. And then by dumping all this information, the prosecutor is then able to say, look, we have all these other witnesses who then say that Darren Wilson is innocent, including the infamous juror number 40, who is a confessed white supremacist. And the
okay, now let me stop you right here. First of all, those facts, again, I want to broaden this discussion. if we take those facts and we compare them to what you have seen as you've covered stories like this throughout the country, anytime you see an incident of this, does this not sound exactly like the facts that we might see in Topeka, or that we might see in New York, or that we might see in Ocala, Florida, where police officers step by step methodically create this narrative that gets them past the threshold, which is this subjective. I mean, there really is no guidance at all. The Supreme Court has given us no guidance whatsoever, but it's very subjective, and say, gee whiz, I was concerned. I was concerned for my safety and the safety of others. Now, in this narrative that Wilson gave, remember the thing about his waistband as he was charging the police officer, he had his hand in his waistband. Now, what in the hell was that about?
Or even think about the Looney Tunes reference that Michael Brown ran so fast that he kicks up dust behind him while wearing shorts and flip-flops. As you pointed out again, what the police do is they try to create a narrative of threat, of fear, and of violence, and they'll bend the facts, they'll lie, and they'll obfuscate. And that's clearly what Darren Wilson did here. Another interesting fact that apparently has been left out of the mainstream media is that they said that Darren Wilson was in imminent threat of his life from somebody 20 or 30 feet away. Now we find out the struggle was about 150 feet away from the car. So Darren Wilson was not in any sense of imminent threat. But what you can do is, as we saw with Eric Gardner, as we've now seen with the poor child in Cleveland who's 12 years old, shot on video by a cop because he was playing with a toy gun in a park, is that you create fantastical stories. And then you play on bias. And then, as you pointed out again, George Zimmerman did the same thing, coming up with this fictive story about this feral black youth armed with iced tea and Skittles, who then can attack and kill him, and he's in quote-unquote imminent fear of his life. And that
okay, now let me again, I keep coming back to this point, because you can take virtually any police report from any part of the country and you could superimpose it, lay it right down on top of here, and you're going to have the same elements. As you point out, here was this, as they want to describe this huge black beast is what they're trying to say, this feral black beast that we had to be afraid of. That you always see that in the report. You know, this, it's always big, it's always threatening. And then the second part of it then becomes he was making some motion or something that led me to believe objectively, or at least subjectively, that he was going to do something bad. Now, those two things always come into play, and that's why I come to the waistband idea. Do you remember the report as you're reading Darren Wilson? He's talking about that Brown was actually charging at him as bullets were flying at him, and that Brown had his hand in his waistband. That is the magic. You see, those are the magic words. Those are the magic words that says everything's okay, we can move on. Is that the way you saw this, or did I miss something here?
I absolutely agree. So the waistband is a signal to the jurors that this person, of course, because we know all black people are armed. We know all black men are giant feral beasts who carry weapons, be it guns, knives, razors, or any other variety of weapon. And again, as you said, it's a blueprint. So you signal to the juror, look, this crazed black person is attacking me like the Incredible Hulk. And apparently Michael Brown, according to Darren Wilson, was also demonically possessed.
Yeah, talk about that, because we see that in reports a lot. Drug influence, those types. So talk about that. About 40 seconds. Talk about that.
Yeah, the demon part is very important, because again, that suggests that black folks are some type of superhuman other that need no empathy, that deserve no respect, and are not citizens. And that goes back to the lynching discourse in the late 19th and early 20th century, where routinely in newspapers, African Americans who were victims of lynching violence would be described as demonic fiends or imps of the inferno.
So no, those were actual words that you would see in those reports.
Oh, absolutely. They would say imps of the inferno. And the other thing that you would see in this profoundly racist discourse from lynching newspapers is that the killers are described as noble men who are just doing their job, which is basically what Darren Wilson said to ABC when he said, I have no regrets. I did the right thing.
Yeah, the important thing about the Darren Wilson story as it continues to emerge, and as we read it closer and closer, it is almost exactly like you would find in any police report where there's a homicide that's taken place. Chauncey DeVega, thanks for following this story. We'll do some follow-up as Darren Wilson rehabilitates himself in the media, okay?
Absolutely.
Free! Oh, turn left, turn left. Oh, turn right. I know where we're going. Our street, our street, our street, our street, You guys want to do a speak out?
Yes!
From the police, how the system has consistently excused my language so sad. Are y'all interested in doing that?
I know what's wrong already.
How do we fix this shit?
No, we're up here. Work it out.
Our brothers and our sisters involved. We keep the entire city of Atlanta involved.
Yeah.
From ourselves. That's what the fuck the Constitution says. That's what the fuck the Civil Rights says. That's what the fuck civil liberties are about. If you say fuck the police, but you don't say fuck ourselves because we gotta change to grow up, nothing will ever change. Something will ever change. And nothing will ever change. So if you want to change, let's get to the fucking political system. Let's take those Senate seats. Let's take those House seats. Racial unity, equality, hate, systematic oppression. Keep doing the same shit we fucking doing. That's how we started right there. To continue believing and doing the same thing over and over again. And I understand. I understand that we want to fix this system. I understand that we think it's just the cops. But we have to sit here and recognize it's the whole thing. All we can do is save ourselves. Let's say it together. All we can do is save ourselves. Can the cops save you? Save you?
We have a duty to fight for our freedom.
We save ourselves, we save each other. We can breathe together and we will unite and we will succeed. This civil rights movement has a lot more diversity than the first one. Remember that, look around, it used to be so little diversity. Everybody had to stand for themselves, but now we need to stand for each other. Men stand for women. Different ways to stand for each other. Poor people and rich people stand for each other, and we can all succeed.
Punch your hands. What does everybody want? Hey, what, another system? Wait, over you? Punch the doors.
Economy?
I don't want anybody else charging. I'm going to throw some fucking vegetables in my fucking front yard. I'm going to do this shit. That's like coming out with fucking permits. That's what I want. I'm going to do this. The fucking house thing.
I think there's ways to work together in unity without necessarily creating a system of hierarchy that throws crushes those who get in their way.
Socialism.
Right now, the only thing that matters is money. People put pieces of paper above human lives, and that's what really needs to end. We need to end revenue generating on the police. They can no longer have the right to crush people's lives, to kill people, to steal from them in order to fund their new military weapons. We have to put people above the profits, and we have to put people above a system. If the system is corrupt enough to crush any lives, then it's not good enough.
The most racist person I know is the government. We must stop trusting them. Our power. If we take away powers from them, if we tell them, no, you can't arrest us for this. If we bring it, if we make it an initiative to tell people that we shouldn't be arrested for this, then maybe we have a chance. But for now, the system is corrupted by money. And we can't respect money because it's not real. What do we do? Fight black! 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 The only way to fix the system is fight black! Black lives matter! People love businesses! They love money! What you guys supposed to remember is love changes things.
Hell yeah.
Love everybody here. If you don't say you're complying with the system, if you don't sweat it, you're complying with the current system.
Amen.
If you're standing at home and you're not on the street, you're complying with the system.
Amen.
The only way the system will get changed is if you're spreading. As soon as somebody stops spreading it, it ends, it dies. You can't let this die. This has to change. Yes.
We all have a universal right to self-defense. Malcolm X said, self-defense is not violence. Self-defense is intelligence. If you see a police officer brutalizing one of your fellow men and women, you have a fucking right to beat that cop in the face.
What's happening? Yo. Hey. My name's Joe. I'm from South Central LA. Hey, but look. Where'd that camera go? I don't know if anybody out here dancing. Okay. Right? We get along in the land. What's crazy is we'll link up and go kill neighborhoods. Ain't no crazy about that. The police come kill us. Dress up in neighborhoods. Y'all know that though. Y'all turned off to South Central LA. They hide that shit from y'all, cuz. They going through some bullshit out there from this office. That nigga like staff agent got done about what? Hey, he had an NY hat. You know what I'm saying? Africa, where he's from. Because answer, he popped me in the head. Now I know he the police though. He gets shot by the pastor. All he hears is kill phone. All I'm saying is they against us. They training to fight us, man. All this shit right here cool. But when we go stop putting our hands up and pulling something else up? Stop shooting each other. Stop shooting each other and turn the gun the other fucking way. Yeah! Hey, I'm Joe, right? I wish there was some police out here to hear me. Hey.
They're everywhere, don't worry.
I just protest shit cool, right? This shit cool as this. But they gonna keep doing the same shit. The same shit, you know why? They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about me. You know what I'm saying? You know what time it is though? Huh? I'm trying to fucking strap up. This motherfucking protest shit cool, but this time wasn't action. Right back. Got no gun. Everybody just saying hands up. Fuck putting your hands up, nigga. Man up. Shoot back. Hands up, nigga. Hands up. Shoot the fuck back. I'm going.
very much, but I only hope that maybe we can make real change without any violence. Because when people make resolutions violently against the system, then it just perpetuates the same thing. It takes more violence to put down a violent system, and then you have another violent system that you need more violence to put down. The only reason why anybody knows about Ferguson is because people burn it the fuck down. Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, you're right now. You know, peaceful protesting is great. But in order for a peaceful protest to work, your oppressor has to have a conscience. They showed us time and time again that they have no conscience. We put our hands up, they shoot us anyway. They shoot us anyway. Since the Ferguson shooting, there's been multiple more shootings since then. Since we've been protesting, they don't care. They don't care. This brings awareness and brings solidarity between us, but it's not going to change anything. It's not going to change anything. It's going to take more action. I'm not condoning violence. I'm not condoning, shooting police, because I ain't about that life. But what I'm saying is, it is going to take action. It's going to take more action than marching the streets. And yeah, marching the streets is going to piss people off. Hey, you need to work in your city first. Yeah, true. But I'm just saying, this is good, but y'all just got to know that this ain't it. This can't be all. This can't be all we do. We need more action other than just holding our hands up, because clearly that is not working. So let's stay tonight. Whatever's coming next, because they don't want us to stay tonight. So stay tonight is already some kind of disruption. I'm saying this, you want to stay tonight, just don't do it here, because they're my Alright, so what are we gonna do? I ain't trying to get arrested. That shit ain't fun.
One thing that we can do is invest in black businesses. We know they love their money, so let's take it from them and put it into our community. Yeah. But not all black people do that, so what are we gonna do? Tell people, educate everyone. We're doing this right now, but are we really gonna do this tomorrow?
The ones who really care will.
Buy your own food. Go to Walmart though.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not from Atlanta. I'm not from Atlanta. I'm from Colorado. So I'm trying to figure out what this is.
Black and white unite. That's that's the money. That's everyone's money. Just share the money.
The police are supposed to protect and serve. But we know that they don't protect and serve us. We know what they do to us. We need to police our own community. We need to protect our own people. The police are not going to protect us. The police are not out here for us. We need to protect ourselves and our community. I personally want not going to go. I want the cops to kill people. I'm from Colorado. I'm from a place that we shoot up movie people. It's not going to fucking help. So what are we going to do?
Hey, I think we need to understand what systematic racism is. We need to understand. I'm from Louisiana. I was on the roof during Hurricane Katrina for 4 days. All this shit is the same. We need to understand systematic racism, understand how police brutality, all of this stuff is in the laws. I challenge everybody to look at President Lincoln's 1858 Charleston, Illinois address, where he said that in the law, his presidency and thereafter, that there should be a superiority and an inferiority assigned to the races, and it is his duty to make sure that the inferiority goes to the black race and the superiority is going to the white race. We can say all day that it's not about racism, but it is. It's in our laws. It's race. To understand the power of education, my people. I challenge every young person to go out there and read a book called The Education of the Negro. As a matter of fact, Lauryn Hill redid her '96 album, The Education of Lauryn Hill, after reading that book. We need to understand the power of it and how systematic racism keeps us all down. Black respectability means nothing. I can say yes ma'am, no ma'am, yes sir, no sir, have 3 or 4 degrees, it means nothing. I can have a baby in my hand. They'll shoot you. I can be 12, Tamir Rice. It doesn't matter. We need to understand changing these laws is the issue. I'm telling y'all, I saw the shit during Katrina. I've seen the shit during now. We need to understand unity. And the only understand unity is coming from a good educational standpoint. Because this shit is good, we need it. But it will only last for so long. It means nothing. Body cameras, I think is necessary, absolutely, but we have to understand it means
Nothing. We saw what happens on campus. They want us to make it seem like our eyes are playing tricks on us. We know what the hell we saw. So it's up to us to come together to reform these laws, to change it. When it's us in power, this shit ain't gonna happen. When it's them in power, it's gonna happen. It's systemic. Recognize it.
Hey guys, there's a few words that were used tonight that I wanted to talk a little bit more about. Like the word protection, it was also used as policing. And I believe in protection, I believe in community protection, and I believe that this is community protection. When one person goes down, people are in the streets, that's protection. And I am for protection, and I think everyone is. And policing, on the other hand, policing means one body beating another. One body beating another in recognition of another power that is not ours, that is against our power. We cannot stand for policing. We can stand for protection, and we can stand for ourselves. And this same thing about building solidarity, about building communities, do businesses mean communities? No. Businesses mean exploiting people. It means selling things that we have made at a price that is higher than what we can afford. That's right. There's a reason why people go to Walmart, and it's not because they have no souls. It's because they have $5 in their pockets. So it's not about that. It's about creating something new, something different. And how do we create that? Reformation of laws hasn't gotten us that far. Eric Holder is the goddamn chief, is able to make indictments available for Darren Wilson. Did he? He's a black man. Did he? He doesn't give a shit. Barack Obama doesn't give a shit. He came out and called out people in Ferguson that are fighting for their lives. And said that he will not tolerate violence. What about the violence that's executed against Mike Brown? What about that violence? What about the violence that's executed every day in these streets? Let's do something different. Let's think bigger.
So easy to become a fucking cop. All you have to do is graduate high school and then go to police academy for a fucking year. If I wanted to be a cop, I couldn't. My IQ is literally too high to become a police officer. And that is law. They say, hey, all these high IQ people trying to become cops, they get bored and they go do other shit because being a cop really isn't that dangerous. Like fucking 27 cops died last year versus almost 2,000 civilians at the hands of these officers, which is fucked up. It's like a lawyer has to go to school for 8 fucking years. 8 years to practice law. And then if you want to be a police officer, all you have to do is graduate high school, police academy for a year, maybe 2. And then here's your gun and badge. Only use the gun, forget that fucking case. Police officers should not train properly if they can't even fucking the guy who died like yesterday in LA.
We got too many bad cops.
We've got too many bad cops and too many good cops who speak up against their colleagues who are doing fucked up shit. And then the prosecutors, when we try to bring a case against the officers, it's like me going, I work
They work for the cops. They work for the cops.
And then I had to go and be like, oh, hey, dude, I have to bring these charges against you, but by the way, I'm also your Secret Santa. It's like we're trying to get coworkers to bring each other to jail, and that's just not going to fucking do it. A great man once said, and I totally forget his name, but he said, there comes a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, it makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. You got to put your body upon the gears and upon the levers and upon all the apparatus, and you got to make it stop. And you got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all. Woo! Do that.
I want to go off of what he said about there being good and bad cops. I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm a criminal justice major, and I know tons of police officers in my studies that are actually good police officers. And all the contact that I've come into with police officers have been positive. Not saying that that's like what's going on, but the system as far as policing, that's what you need to focus on. They have something called Blue Code of Conduct. And the Blue Code of Conduct is when the police officers have a system among each other. So corruption and violence, that's the police's business. They don't care about what you're saying outside, what happens in the relationship between them. So as far as, oh, we need to do background checks, that's shit. You can do a background check, you can have a clean background check, but what's upside in your mind, you can be completely racially biased against everybody. Exactly, completely. They're like, they give you background checks and they give you lie detectors, they give you everything else. There needs to be a policy where there's like a stronger depth into a police officer. And there also needs to be policies in which the IA or somebody above can go into and actually go and investigate. Because what they have in place now is not working. It's not working at all. So there needs to be something within the policing system.
What do you suggest?
How much bigger than the police? It is bigger than the police. I mean, it is.
We are talking about the problem we trust, talking about the force policy. I mean, that's really, that's always my hang up. I'm like, oh, if there's some kind of change that, you know, could be enshrined in law and can be passed by representatives. The FD, of course, what is this country, even prior to, you know, the Constitution, this country was predicated upon ripping people out of a continent, bringing them here, treating them as objects, never killing all the people who live. That hasn't really changed for 400 years. So what I'm always confused about is like, even if we knew, even if we could draw up like because no one has ever been. And once they're at the controls of power, they're actually looking out for the little guy. Never. I'm wondering at this point, y'all. I'm wondering at this point. Hey. I'm wondering at this point. You summarize this moment. It seems like you have to be confused on what we want to talk about and what we think is useful. You break up into smaller groups and you don't have to conversation on the phone without identity in this moment. Right? So maybe perhaps there's 3 or 4 positions, like an anti-capitalist case. I don't know what else other people are trying to be interested in arguing and talking about. Perhaps that's a natural next step in this moment.
Also, right quick, let's not forget they shut this bad boy down in 2 hours. No, they're gonna try to shut this down. They're gonna try to shut this down. Let's have a little plan going by the time they get here, right? That's it, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Fucking barricade this place up. No,
They're gonna fuck around. They see how to fuck around.
Hands up, fight back! 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 Hey, yo, let's break up. Let's do something.
Mic check!
Now we gotta break it in. You don't want to go see about it. You don't want to. I'm saying there's a whole thing that's a business thing on this entire city. That's an international thing. Yes. Our people already know.
Hey man, we here, man. Devil down. Rest in peace to Michael Brown. Hands up, don't shoot, no justice, no peace. Fuck the police.
In the Bible, are you denying that Jesus and his followers when the kids are we back? No, did you see that hurting somebody? No. Do you hear us? Do you see us back? We're not back. So we intimidate you. Do you intimidate us? Why do we intimidate you? Why the police are following us because of that
You're a Christian, you using that kind of language?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's wrong with that language? It expresses us.
Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot.
How am I allowed to stand up what I believe in?
What do you believe? What do you believe in?
I believe in
words in the Word of God.
No, I believe in
what's the Word of God say?
Word of God say.
Jesus said, love your enemies. And he said, pray for those.
I feel pity for the fools, so I pray for the enemy.
No, you
I protest.
I do know violence is not the answer.
Look how we serve, sir. How we back. How we back. What have we done? You're not explaining this. How are we back? How are we back? Come on, man. Violence is
It's because he's stand up here. You gotta keep moving. You gotta keep moving, okay? Keep moving. Come on, keep moving.
Keep it moving.
Keep moving.
I thought Martin was open up to the club.
Okay.
We're Martin. Why we can't stay on the
We can go. Once you walk in there,
I thought Martin was open to the club.
you have to move.
Why you trying to set the dog down? You feel like you think you got that man, you got a drug card. You're a sucker. You're a sucker. No trespass, no peace. No police. No trespass, no peace. No police. No trespass, no peace. Fuck the 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 police.
Thousands of federal troops are descending on the U.S. city of Ferguson, Missouri, hoping to prevent a second night of violence and chaos. Protests have spread coast to coast after a grand jury's decision not to charge a white police officer in the shooting death of an unarmed black teen. CCTV's Hendrik Sabrandi has more.
Well, Asier, we are here live in Ferguson this evening. A certain calm has come over this community over the last 24 hours, but whether that calm is temporary is anybody's guess. More troops have been put into place now as local authorities try to prevent a repeat of what happened last night, which was more damaging than anyone could have imagined. Where once there was beauty, now there are ruins. This beauty supply store was one of dozens of businesses in Ferguson targeted by looters who expressed their anger over the grand jury decision in a particularly destructive way.
I was hoping and praying that they didn't, destroy stuff, because you have to understand this is their community and they are destroying their own community. But I can also understand their frustration.
Two main streets in the city lit up in flames after local authorities announced Officer Darren Wilson would not be indicted. Police tear gas filled the air. Firefighters who were on scene were turned back by gunshots.
I know that there's at least a dozen buildings that have been set on fire. Most of those are total losses. I can tell you that I personally heard about 150 shots fired.
Those are dreams. Those are small business owners.
and we've torn those dreams away.
3.5 months after Officer Wilson shot and killed 18-year-old Michael Brown, grand jurors determined that despite the accounts of some witnesses, Officer Wilson felt threatened on that August day and was justified in shooting and killing the unarmed teenager.
Physical evidence does not change because of public pressure or personal agenda. Physical evidence does not look away as events unfold, nor does it block out or add to memory. Physical evidence remains constant, and as such is a solid foundation upon which cases are built.
The crowd that came face-to-face with officers on Monday evening vehemently disagreed.
A kid gets struck down the street, left there for 4 hours. Trash get picked up quicker than that. Come on now. Come on now. That's disrespectful. That's disrespect.
You see that orange glow off in the distance behind me? That's probably about half a block away. That's a car burning. Closer to us here, police are in full riot gear. And off to the side here on the sidewalk, residents have been yelling at those police. It's been going on like that for quite a while now.
They're saying that there's ammunition exploding, so they want us to be safe so you can peacefully assemble on the sidewalk.
I think this is a bit much. This is really excessive. How many police officers are here? They've got about 150, 200. That's excessive. That's a lot.
On the morning after the grand jury spoke, as smoke continued to hang over this troubled city, supporters of Michael Brown's family said it was past time for change.
We will continue to fight for a new level of accountability of policing in this country. Michael Brown will not be remembered for the ashes from buildings burned in Ferguson. He will be remembered for new legislation and the upholding of law that protects citizens in the country.
Now, of course, the victims of the looting and the demonstrators last night are the local business owners in this community, a economically struggling community. These are the people that really suffered as a result of the fires that were set last night, and that's what makes this doubly difficult for everybody. Many of those business owners may have been sympathetic to the protesters' cause, but they'll end up paying for it in the end. Asier?
Hendrik, I see a few cars behind you, but not much human activity, I should say. What is the mood tonight? Is there a sense we could see trouble again?
Well, I think that's a definite worry on the part of many people. There are a lot of folks in this area, in this shopping center here, that are making plans now to get home, that have to, make long roads home out of this area simply because so many roadblocks are in effect here. So they're inconvenienced by all of this. They're concerned about the impact that these protests are having, but it's quite possible that we might see a repeat of all of this, and that's why so many more soldiers, so many more officers have flooded into the area to guard against something like that happening once more.
And I know we heard from Missouri Governor Jay Nixon. What did he have to say earlier?
Well, Governor Nixon came under a lot of criticism today for the number of National Guard that he ordered into the area last night. Many felt that he underreacted to everything that happened. Only 700 National Guards folk were here last night. He tripled that number today, and he said it was to prevent homes and businesses from being subject to more violence this time around.
The Guard's rapid response teams will be positioned so that they are ready to act at a moment's notice if challenges arise. Altogether, there will be more than 2,200 National Guardsmen in the region. Lives and property must be protected. This community deserves to have peace.
So the best guess is that those National Guardsmen and the officers all over this area, Ferguson, Clayton, other places, will be much more aggressive, will be much more ready to take action against protesters tonight if trouble arises. Whether that triggers a counter-reaction is the real question. We'll see what this night brings. Asier?
All right, I know you'll be watching it for us. Thank you so much, Hendrik Zabrandi, live in Ferguson, Missouri.
When he released a mountain of grand jury evidence, the county prosecutor stressed that some witnesses couldn't keep their stories straight.
Many witnesses to the shooting of Michael Brown made statements inconsistent with other statements they made.
So we wondered, what about key witness Dorian Johnson?
He put his hands in the earth.
The friend who was closest to the action when Michael Brown was shot. Records show grand jurors watched 6 interviews he did with local stations.
The squad car vehicle approaches us.
National networks.
His left arm out the window and grabbed my friend around the throat.
And with KSDK's own Farah Fazal.
I'm standing not feet away, not even inches away, an inch away from everything that's happening.
Then, records show the grand jury listened to an FBI interview of Johnson, over 2 hours long, making notes on transcripts provided by prosecutors. So, did Dorian Johnson change his story when he met with the FBI? When we started to ask that question, we made an interesting discovery. Even though McCullough released thousands of pages of evidence, Johnson's interview with the FBI is nowhere to be found. That surprised St. Louis University law professor Marcia McCormick.
And to the extent that Dorian Johnson was one of the primary witnesses suggesting that Officer Wilson might not have been justified in shooting Mr. Brown, then knowing what Mr. Johnson said earlier might help us know whether he was one of the people who gave inconsistent statements or consistent statements.
In the files McCullough's office did provide, the witnesses are numbered, all the way up to witness number 64. But there is not testimony from 64 different witnesses. In fact, only the testimony from 24 witnesses was released, even though McCullough himself stressed he was trying to be open about the grand jury process.
And the testimony of the witnesses called to the grand jury will be released at the conclusion of this statement.
But we now know that it's not all available.
We don't have the full picture.
When we asked about the missing records, McCullough's executive assistant, Ed McGee, told me everything they still had when the case was closed was released. But he added the county prosecutor's office had, quote, turned over and relinquished control of the FBI's interviews. He said the FBI specifically asked the county not to release records that are part of the ongoing federal civil rights probe. Those are not our records, McGee said. Turns out some records, clearly marked as FBI interviews, were released. Some, but not all. The U.S. Justice Department in Washington declined to comment.
Could we possibly conclude that they said, well, this stuff actually isn't really important to us, but this other stuff is, so we don't want you to release that?
It's possible. And the question that the federal government is investigating, that the Department of Justice is looking at, is a different legal question. It's not a question about whether or not Officer Wilson was justified under Missouri law in the actions that he took, but whether when he acted, he knew or recklessly disregarded the constitutional rights of Mr. Brown.
Now, the missing records are not public during the federal probe, but we have requested that they be released under the Freedom of Information Act when the Justice Department completes its investigation. And more information could still surface if Michael Brown's family decides to file a civil suit.
Hey everybody, I want to take you back and do an update on the video that I did about the SWAT team sabotage in Ferguson. What I reported to you in that video was that there was a lot of businesses, according to Yahoo News, that were set ablaze on West Florissant Avenue. Every single one of these listed on the Yahoo News report was West Florissant Avenue, except for two, Chambers and North Florissant. All the rest were on West Florissant Avenue. Now, what's interesting here is that Yahoo News on their headline states that the Ferguson area fires occurred over a 1.5 square mile area. Yet Ferguson is much bigger than that. And from all appearances of the footage that was taken of the Ferguson after the fires, there were many businesses elsewhere that were not set on fire. So I have to ask, why weren't fires just set over different areas where they could get away with it if the protesters actually did it? Why did the protesters set this particular West Florissant Avenue on fire? And I still stick to my original assertion here that it was not the protesters that set this area on fire. Is it just coincidence that the same area, West Florissant Avenue, with all those businesses that caught fire, the SWAT team was hanging out? I think not. So, well, who would benefit from these buildings catching fire? Especially when the protesters could have picked different businesses all over the town that they didn't pick. They only picked this one particular area. But why? The protesters didn't do it. So why would government agents burn down the buildings and make the claim that it was protesters that did it? Well, let's take a look. This is from 2012, Delwood, Missouri, the crossroads of North St. Louis. There was an initiative that was set up in the spring of 2012, St. Louis County Great Streets Initiative, West Florissant Road. Now, don't get it confused because it says road, because here it tells you that the government's formed the West Florissant Avenue Committee, recognizing the need for the revitalization of the West Florida Avenue corridor. That's where all the businesses are located. The redevelopment strategy for this corridor focused on a 4.5 mile segment of the arterial roadway beginning south of I-270 and continuing southward through the listed 5 municipalities, concluding at the city limits of St. Louis City. The fundamental goal of this collaborative effort was to compose a strategic plan for the redevelopment of West Florida Avenue corridor that would significantly improve the quality of life of the individuals who utilize the thoroughfare, and also to transform the area to allow increased accessibility and support long-term economic development within the corridor. So could these businesses have been burned down to widen the area right there, this so-called initiative corridor that they wanted to implement back from 2012? It's appearing now that with the strategic locations of where these fires were set ablaze with these businesses, that you have the evidence you need right here of who would have benefited from these fires being set ablaze in that particular location, West Florissant Avenue. All right, everybody, thanks. I'll leave links in the description box so you can read the whole initiative for yourself.
SNL caught this sketch about the Ferguson protests.
Saturday Night Live caught a sketch about the Ferguson protests from the live broadcast over the weekend. In the video, which is now online, Cecily Strong and Keenan Johnson play the co-hosts of an upbeat St. Louis morning show who are mortified about having to be cheerful and frivolous in light of the upsetting, serious news dominating their community. The co-hosts ask if they can just show a rerun instead of doing a live episode, but are forced to go through the motions of morning show banter during horrible circumstances. There are some unfortunate moments of poor phrasing and awkwardness. Johnson's anchor tries to distract everyone by announcing he drives a Pontiac Vibe. The centerpiece of the sketch involves James Franco playing a chef on a book tour. His name, Darrell Wilson, which is uncomfortably close to the name of a certain police officer in Ferguson. It is especially cringeworthy when, while discussing his award-winning free trada, Wilson announces, "Who am I to argue with a grand jury?" Also featured in the sketch is a black traffic reporter played by Leslie Jones, who decides to use her helicopter to flee Ferguson for Chicago. It is an interesting premise for how to deal with the tense situation in a comedy sketch. SNL caught this sketch about the Ferguson protests. Saturday Night Live caught a sketch about the Ferguson protests from the live broadcast over the weekend. In the video, which is now online, Cecily Strong and Keenan Johnson play the co-hosts of an upbeat St. Louis morning show who are mortified about having to be cheerful and frivolous in light of the upsetting, serious news dominating their community. The co-hosts ask if they can just show a rerun instead of doing a live episode, but are forced to go through the motions of morning show banter during horrible circumstances. There are some unfortunate moments of poor phrasing and awkwardness. Johnson's anchor tries to distract everyone by announcing he drives a Pontiac Vibe. The centerpiece of the sketch involves James Franco playing a chef on a book tour. His name, Darrell Wilson, which is uncomfortably close to the name of a certain police officer in Ferguson. It is especially cringeworthy when, while discussing his award-winning free trada, Wilson announces, "Who am I to argue with a grand jury?" Also featured in the sketch is a black traffic reporter played by Leslie Jones, who decides to use her helicopter to flee Ferguson for Chicago. It is an interesting premise for how to deal with the tense situation in a comedy sketch. SNL caught this sketch about the Ferguson protests. Saturday Night Live caught a sketch about the Ferguson protests from the live broadcast over the weekend. In the video, which is now online, Cecily Strong and Keenan Johnson play the co-hosts of an upbeat St. Louis morning show who are mortified about having to be cheerful and frivolous in light of the upsetting, serious news dominating their community. The co-hosts ask if they can just show a rerun instead of doing a live episode, but are forced to go through the motions of morning show banter during horrible circumstances. There are some unfortunate moments of poor phrasing and awkwardness. Johnson's anchor tries to distract everyone by announcing he drives a Pontiac Vibe. The centerpiece of the sketch involves James Franco playing a chef on a book tour. His name, Darrell Wilson, which is uncomfortably close to the name of a certain police officer in Ferguson. It is especially cringeworthy when, while discussing his award-winning free trada, Wilson announces, "Who am I to argue with a grand jury?" Also featured in the sketch is a black traffic reporter played by Leslie Jones, who decides to use her helicopter to flee Ferguson for Chicago. It is an interesting premise for how to deal with the tense situation in a comedy sketch. SNL caught this sketch about the Ferguson protests. Saturday Night Live caught a sketch about the Ferguson protests from the live broadcast over the weekend. In the video, which is now online, Cecily Strong and Keenan Johnson play the co-hosts of an upbeat St. Louis morning show who are mortified about having to be cheerful and frivolous in light of the upsetting, serious news dominating their community. The co-hosts ask if they can just show a rerun instead of doing a live episode, but are forced to go through the motions of morning show banter during horrible circumstances. There are some unfortunate moments of poor phrasing and awkwardness. Johnson's anchor tries to distract everyone by announcing he drives a Pontiac Vibe. The centerpiece of the sketch involves James Franco playing a chef on a book tour. His name, Darrell Wilson, which is uncomfortably close to the name of a certain police officer in Ferguson. It is especially cringeworthy when, while discussing his award-winning free trial, Wilson announces, "Who am I to argue with a grand jury?" Also featured in the sketch is a black traffic reporter played by Leslie Jones, who decides to use her helicopter to flee Ferguson for Chicago. It is an interesting premise for how to deal with the tense situation in a comedy sketch. SNL cut this sketch about the Ferguson protests. Saturday Night Live cut a sketch about the Ferguson protests from the live broadcast over the weekend. In the video, which is now online, Cecily Strong and Kenan Johnson play the co-hosts of an upbeat St. Louis morning show who are mortified about having to be cheerful and frivolous in light of the upsetting, serious news dominating their community. The co-hosts ask if they can just show a rerun instead of doing a live episode, but are forced to go through the motions of morning show banter during horrible circumstances. There are some unfortunate moments of poor phrasing and awkwardness. Johnson as anchor tries to distract everyone by announcing he drives a Pontiac Vibe. The centerpiece of the sketch involves James Franco playing a chef on a book tour. His name, Darrell Wilson, which is uncomfortably close to the name of a certain police officer in Ferguson. It is especially cringeworthy when, while discussing his award-winning free trial, Wilson announces, "Who am I to argue with a grand jury?" Also featured in the sketch is a black traffic reporter played by Leslie Jones, who decides to use her helicopter to flee Ferguson for Chicago. It is an interesting premise for how to deal with the tense situation in a comedy sketch.
Tonight's guest, old friend of the show, Judge Andrew Napolitano. He's got his book out, Suicide Pact, which is, it's really funnier than it sounds. But first, well, we were all home last week, ridding the nation of its turkey scourge. They know what they did. The grand jury in Ferguson, Missouri was deciding that Ferguson police officer now former Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson did nothing indictable when he shot unarmed but large Michael Brown. The angry reaction to this decision was swift and sustained, with protests breaking out throughout the country. But if those who took to the streets
thought that they were speaking out against systemic injustice, it could not have been more wrong.
This is not a civil rights issue.
It's not a black-white situation. It's a thug police officer situation. People forget he had committed a robbery.
Michael Brown was the bad guy in this case, and please, America, let's not turn this kid into some kind of civil rights martyr, because that he is not. Ferguson, Missouri is not Selma, Alabama.
Right! Almost by definition. Ferguson, Missouri is not Selma, Alabama. Of course, if Fox had been around for Selma, Alabama, the headline would probably have been, "Relax, Selma isn't slavery." So this isn't a civil rights thing. Although, I don't know. The protests I saw seemed pretty civil rightsy. From those in Los Angeles to the NFL to the streets right here in New York.
Anger, the love of voices really gotten and they pick people along the way. You can hear they exactly love and these people are to protest.
I feel you. But I get what you're saying there. This is an isolated incident, like the police shooting of Tamir Rice in Cleveland, or Dante Parker in San Bernardino County, or Kendrick McDade in Pasadena, or Armand Bennett in New Orleans, or John Crawford in... What time does Colbert start? What time does his show start? It's in like a half hour, right? All right, we'll move on. The point is, these shootings are clearly not a manifestation of systemic inequality and mistrust between the African American community and the somehow always justified police American community. But these are merely an unending, bizarrely similar series of isolated incidents. But if there's nothing to justify the anger and protest in these communities, why would so many individuals around the country spend their precious, hard-earned, pre-Christmas sale stampeding time protesting a non-existent problem?
You look at Ferguson, they had a community that really worked, or it seemed to have worked, and now all this hatred's coming out. You have so many other people inciting and trying to get their own 2 cents in, and they're trying to incite problems.
Pitting whites against blacks.
I think the racial arsonists in this country have worked these people up so much with propaganda that facts don't matter.
Oh, that's why they take to the streets. They were incited by racial arsonists. You know, I have a dream that one day we can evolve as a people to a time when arsonists no longer see race, but see really only the beautiful consuming fire they are criminally compelled to light. When an arsonist can say, "The only color I see is orange." But I get it. There obviously wouldn't be a problem if a racial arsonist had lit the fire under Ferguson with his telling of what happened match. And by the way, racial arsonists were not the only inciters.
These racial racketeers,
the race hustlers,
Race grievance industry leaders.
Your race grifters, your race counterfeiters, your race litterers, your race financial advisors, your race sommeliers. What's wrong with a nice white? But the point is, These protests may look like a spontaneous groundswell of frustration, grief, and anger amongst a community that feels disenfranchised. But they're actually just the prescribed bidding of America's race grievance puppeteers. And who might they be, you ask? Professor, the floor is yours.
The president and Eric Holder and Al Sharpton, I think they've been terribly irresponsible. Ferguson burns because of, in part, a mindset was created by Al Sharpton, by Eric Holder, and the president.
Be honest, my friend. Are those the three people responsible, or did you just name the only three black guys you could think of? What? Which one? Ferguson burns. Ferguson burns, my friend, in part because of Jay-Z, the guy who plays Urkel, and let's say Hank Aaron. I don't know. Now here's where it gets interesting. What is the mindset that has been instilled that creates the conditions for this upset within the African American community?
The head of this network, Roger Ailes, has brilliantly said that if you see yourself as a victim, then you'll become a victim. But if you see yourself as a winner, then you'll eventually win.
Keep a dream journal, folks. Victim mentality is what's causing this. A victim mentality. A gentleman on Fox. A gentleman on Fox News said that black people have been convinced by a network of shrewd propagandists that they are somehow victims. And that is wrong to agitate a population, to scare them, utilizing all the tools of modern communication, graphics, music, etc., to stoke these people into a resentful frenzy. Fox News feels that's just damaging to this great nation and tears at our very fabric. I can't imagine anyone would do such a thing at, just roll the tape.
The president is selling class warfare.
Is there a growing anti-white people movement in America? The feds and many state governments are working hard to take away your guns. Meanwhile, they'll take your money.
The invasion of illegal immigrants.
We have terrorists crossing the Mexican border.
Singled out for its Christian message.
We can pick on white guys, we can pick on Christians in this country.
Food stamp abusers, feeding on taxpayers.
The United States of entitlement. They're stealing our money, and the taxpayers should rise up.
We are under a tyranny now.
All hail King Obama.
An imperial president.
America's freedom is slipping away.
America's best days are behind her.
America, you have a choice to make.
It is time that we take our country back.
You need to get angry. Our worst fears might very well be here.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to overthrow the government or get one of them panic rooms. I don't know what to do. But either way, I'm just happy to not be incited. It almost makes you think that the crime that they're really upset about over there isn't race pimping or race arson. It's race plagiarism. We'll be right back.
I work since Alex died. How many people know about Alex Nieto? The majority of you? I'm in the right room. There you go. I usually ask the question, everybody's like, you know, majority don't. No, that's Andy Lopez is the 13-year-old from Santa Rosa. Exactly. Mhm. So I'll give you just a brief little summary of facts for people who actually don't know the case. Alex was killed on March 21st of this year. It was sunset time in March at 7 p.m. more or less. He had been up at the hill for maybe about an hour beforehand because he was born in San Francisco General Hospital and raised in Bernal Heights all his life. And so his home, which is actually on Cortlandt Street, which a lot of working class folk know that that whole hill was working class community. Back a couple of years, a couple of decades, for until recently, I would say, until the last 20 years, has probably changed dramatically, so that now it's touted as one of the best real estate locations in San Francisco. Why? Because Bernal Heights also has beautiful views. So that was what Alex would often do. He would go jog or walk his dog or do a series of things. His dad tells me that since he was a kid, 12 years old, well, that was his backyard. They have a small home, a small apartment. So what would a 12-year-old Latino kid do? Hey, go out to the park, no? So he was a student at City College. He had just completed his remaining credits for his administration and justice degree. And so he was also working as a security guard on the weekends at El Toro a nightclub down by 3rd Street, somewhere over here on 3rd Street. And so he was dressed for work. He had his taser at his hip, licensed taser, and he was wearing his 49ers jacket. I think the 49ers had done really well about that time last year, no? And so he had just bought the jacket. He had just turned 28 earlier that month on the 4th of March. And so he was out there. He bought a burrito, he bought his chips, and he was out there on one of the benches looking towards Twin Peaks, just enjoying the sunset and the view. And I don't know if you've ever been up at Bernal Heights or even at any park around sunset time. There's often a lot of people walking their dogs or just jogging or just taking a break, no? But he was near one of the benches and somebody walked by him walking the dog. And they didn't like what he looked like. And so they called 911. This was at 7:11 p.m. Called 911, and you can hear it on the dispatch. We don't have the actual 911 call, but on the dispatch, you hear the dispatch telling the officers who have been sent to the hill to look for a Latin male, tall, wearing a red jacket and a gun at his hip. And then the caller stays on the line, and so then you hear dispatch also saying he's eating sunflower seeds or chips. Okay, so for a second, let's just see. So somebody's afraid because they saw somebody had a gun at his hip, but the gun is never drawn. There's no mention of any threat, and he's actually described as just eating, right? What do? They send a battalion of officers to search for him because, and we were talking, I was really enjoying the speakers before me. We were talking about racial profiling. What did the officers hear?
Red.
Red? What does that mean?
Latino, it means colors. Gay.
Exactly.
Related, Bernal Heights.
Mission, you know?
Mission.
Burrito.
A gun, sitting there,
and
thinking about going to commit a crime.
And yeah, or hurting someone, right? And that's racial profiling, and that's illegal. Did it matter? Anyways. So we've long been told since the town hall meeting after Alex's death that there were 4 officers shot him. But it was actually at the first court hearing of the family lawsuit that was filed in August. It takes a long time. The first court hearing was this month, November 19th. And we still don't have the names of the officers who killed him. And I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but I just want to give you the number of officers who responded to this. They didn't want to give the names out. They say there's a threat to the officers. And the judge said, well, how many people are we talking about? And for the first time I hear 4 shooters and 8 to 10 other officers present during the shooting, plus the other 20 who came to the hill to then secure the homicide scene. So we're talking about about 30, at least 30, around 34 officers know, whose names they will not reveal. And at least we're talking maybe up to 14 officers who were actually present and witnessed part or participated in the shooting. And so we do know now because there's an autopsy report that was, and you can start thinking about Ferguson. Officer Wilson's name was released a week after, and the autopsy report was released 2 weeks after Mike Brown was killed. And this was also because there was a lot of street protest. But in the case of Alex Nieto, they finally released the autopsy report nearly 6 months later. And the autopsy report, they released it on 9/11. They released it also, they gave the family a one-page summary of the report, and they released the entire report to the media. And when inserted in this autopsy report, I'm sure this is not a standard, was a repeat and exacerbated version of police versions of events of what the police officer said, right? So what the media repeats are the criminalization of his character, rather than the fact that the autopsy report reveals that there are 15 independent bullet wounds into Alex Nieto.
But the way that they kind of characterized him is he had a mental health problem, he was waving a gun, and so everybody that was watching the TV said, well, maybe there was a problem, or that's how they characterized it.
Mike Brown or every other Andy Lopez, they always criminalize the victim.
Right.
So in the case of Alex, what happened, there are two, I'm going to tell you the two versions of events. Police say that, and you can hear the dispatch, they're canvassing, and NPR Latino counted 25 seconds between encountering Alex and killing him. And the call is placed at 7:11, at 7:18 p.m., the shots are fired. So that's 7 minutes between officers racing up the hill, finding him, the moment they find him, 25 seconds, and he's dead, right? And so what they actually do, and this is by admission also by Greg Stewart at the town hall meeting, as upon encountering him, and then I later learned that it's actually they came up the hill in their police car. So if the hill is like this and Alex is here, they come up because he started walking down the hill after eating, right? So they encounter him, they jump out of the car, and police say that they say, "Show us your hands." They say he has his hands behind his back, and Alex says, "No, you show me your hands," and then draws his taser and tracks them. Like Greg Sir even goes through the extent in the town hall meeting of pointing the laser dot taser at the crowd to show that there's a laser dot that actually is activated the moment you unholster. So that would tell officers also that it's a taser, right? And so anyways, so he is said to track officers, and that's why they shoot him down. They shoot him, and then because of the shots, the way the only upward shots into his body are in the autopsy report, they shoot him in the leg, and he has a big bruise on his left knee, so he probably falls straight on his knee. And then he has shots straight through his wrist, upward shots. So it means either he was raising his hands, or maybe it's the reaction you might have when you cringe, no? So, or raising or protecting.
But if you're falling, you're going to be putting your hands down to brace yourself.
Well, he was in a defense mode,
Yeah.
because they were probably shooting or.
Exactly, no? But anyways, they're upward shots. If he's pointing a gun, they're not going to be upward shots through his wrist. Anyways, and there's a graze and another shot to the arm. So he's down. And there's an audio recording from a home camera, which shows that there's a pause, almost a 6-second pause between the initial shots and the next volley of shots. So Alex is alive when he's shot on the ground. Why do we often say, why can't they just shoot him in the leg? Well, they shot him in the leg, and he's down. And so what the police say is that Alex then takes up his taser again. Imagine, this is a young man studying administration and justice, entering the probation department, trying to make a career kind of in helping youth in the probation department. Do you think he doesn't know what's about to happen if he draws his taser again and tracks officers again, already wounded, with wounds in his hands? Anyways, and his arms. So they say he tracks them again, and that's why they shoot him to death until he stops moving. And so now you have eyewitnesses that have come forward, and what the eyewitnesses say, there's an eyewitness and their ear witnesses, is that police never have these conversations about show me your hands. No, they say, the police jump out and say, stop, and immediately shoot him down. And then there's a pause, and then they kill him. So this is actually a very dramatic case because what police always get away in all these cases, like Mike Brown, is that there's always a threat, a perceived threat, by which they fear for their lives and they must shoot. But what's really dramatic in the case of Alex Nieto is that he's already down on the ground. You already have the advantage. Where's the threat? You've already put him down. And then they deliberately decide to kill him, to execute him, to silence him, because you now don't have the main witness, no? So police didn't think there were any more witnesses, but a witness has come forward who contradicts versions of events, and then the ear witnesses also say this conversation never happened. So the police is hiding all the names. But yeah, training and weapons. I think it's gotten to the point where I personally do not believe. I think Obama came out saying we were going to give them more better training and maybe switch guns for tasers or whatever, no? But I actually don't believe that's going to help. I think we've gotten way past this moment. I think until we can change all sorts of stuff, but because the police, it's actually the structure of the justice system. You have a standard by which the police are judged, which is not the standard of a reasonable person. All of us might think that's not reasonable. What happened to Garner? What happened to Mike Brown? What happened to Andy Lopez? What happened to Alex Nieto? It doesn't matter because they're going to be judged by what another reasonable police officer would have done. This was like the circular argument that never ends, and they're always justified in their action. Like of the last 97 cases of shootings in San Francisco since I think it's been 2000, all shootings have been found within policy. Okay?
In some way?
Within policy. And so there's no administrative sanction for these officers, etc. No? And so the other thing is that you are also trying to depend on the district attorney who has day-to-day collaborative relationship with the police to file charges. And in San Francisco, our district attorney, George Gascon, is a former chief of police of San Francisco and a career police officer. So, it's huge. I don't think it's ever happened. So, in my opinion, we really have to address the structural issues of who's supposed to that his death was death by gentrification, because a lot of people believe that the person we'll soon know someday who killed Alex was a person new to the neighborhood who didn't see a working class young man on the hill. They saw a thug, right? And didn't have either the confidence. I think somebody was talking about people being afraid of them because of what they looked. Well, Alex was tall, and he was, a tall young man, tall Latino man. This person felt intimidated just by the way he looked. And another person could have maybe talked. What we know from eyewitness or ear witnesses is that Alex never raised his taser, never made a move to get his taser, and immediately on finding him, they yelled stop, and boom, boom, shot him down. After a pause, he was still moving, and all they need, of course, is they continue to shoot him until he stopped moving. And this person who is the eyewitness fled off the hill. Imagine, no? Right. And so we're going to learn more as the trial happens. The other thing I want to say is that they've been hiding the names of the officers since then. And recently, again this month, Greg Sir was on bilingual radio, 10:10 a.m. Hecho in California, and he had an interview, and it was fantastic. I was listening to it, and I couldn't believe his reason why they haven't been able to reveal the names of the officers involved, because all names of all officers who have ever shot their weapon in San Francisco are public information, except for the killers of Alejandro Nieto. And the reason is that shortly after Alex died, which by now is almost 9 months, on the 21st, a person on social media made a threat, and this person is known to be out of the country. This is the credible threat to the officers. And so it appears that it is a somewhat kind of disturbed young man who was very mad at the police who made this threat, but he's out of the country, and the police know this. And so in the court, they've tried to hide the names, and the judge fortunately said, no, I'm not going to give you an unusual protective order. They usually protect confidential information like where you live, et cetera, no, in the trial. But the lawyer can't even depose the officers involved unless you know who you're deposing. And so they're still fighting this, which is, if you check our website is justice4alexnieto.org. We put up all the information. You have the autopsy report, the lawsuit, the both versions of events. You can make up your own mind. They also, to kind of make the argument around the cover-up, next day they investigate the victim. They immediately go to a person who has a restraining order against Alejandro to get their story. They leak their version of events to the media. The family's getting calls from Mexico saying, is Alejandro dead? And the family's completely confused. No, what are you talking about? Until officers show up at their door. But the thing is that the reason why there's this restraining order against Alex is because he was dating the separated partner of this man. And this woman and Alex had been harassed by this man so continuously that they had put a restraining order against this man. He violates the restraining order, and then this man, to kind of like save his ass, puts a restraining order against him. But they don't ever tell you the story. They only tell you that there's a restraining order against Alex. So this is the type of things that have been going on in terms of movement. I'm so glad that I'm talking to all of you. We've gone from a very small committee that at the beginning were organizing activities to what we call a coalition. So if anybody wants to form part of a coalition and kind of organize when there's an action, or if there's something specific you want to do, Alex's mom, I think, was a union worker in a downtown hotel for 29 years. And she just recently retired on May 1st. And so if any of you or want to bring it back to your unions or to your groups to be part of our coalition, you're most welcome. We're getting together with the PICO network. We're getting together with local organizations in the mission and local other individual members. A lot of faith-based organizations are joining the fight. And we're going to raise the profile of the case of Alex Nieto. This has to become a national case because there's a cover-up involved. We know this is the truth. And so we're going to have to expose them. For the people getting Alex acted, they took it upon themselves because of this concept that Alex was killed by gentrification in a way. He was killed by the police. They're not off the hook, but it's the kind of like the environment in which it all happened, no? That they created a homicide by law enforcement map of San Francisco using data that somebody requested from the OCC, Office of Citizen Complaints. Since 1985, 71% of those killed by SFPD have been people of color. And of those, 41% are African American. When today, in 2013, we know that the population of Black people in San Francisco is 6%. So we're not paranoid. It's real. The racial profiling is real.
On this edition of Kababayan Today, Rappler.com updates from our Balikbayan editor and correspondent Ryan Macasaro. Plus, discover that's entertainment actress Bunny Paras for Mommy Mondays. That's all next on Kababayan Today.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si G. Tonji. You're watching Kababayan Today. Thank you so much for joining us for another week here on our show. Because it's Monday, let's talk to our social media correspondent from Rappler.com. Hi, Ryan! Kamusta na? Kasama natin si Ryan Macasaro, the editor of #Balikbayan for Rappler.com. We want to know all about what's going on with our kababayans from all over the world. Tell us the wrap.
Hi, G. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Paskong Pasko na dito sa Kababayan Today.
Yes, even here in the Philippines, the Christmas spirit is all over the metro and all over the Philippines.
I'm sure it's really traffic there too, no, Ryan? Because as I know, in the Philippines, pag December na talagang napaka-traffic.
Yes, and the malls are full of people.
Yes, people are getting ready for Pasko. Paskong Pasko na. Okay, so let's talk about our kababayans. I know that people are protesting, our kababayans, Filipino-American kababayans rather, in New York are protesting because of this recent issue with Ferguson. Can you tell me about it?
Yes. So it's not only the United States looking at Ferguson, not only Ferguson or people around the United States, but people all over the world are looking at what's happening in Ferguson with the recent riots and tensions between citizens and the police. So Bayan USA, which is a Filipino-American organization, protested on the streets of New York against police brutality and the use of excessive force by police. So Michael Brown, who was killed by police, he was unarmed in August, sparked massive protests. So this Filipino organization decided to show that, you know, their voices mattered too, and this issue affects them as much as it affects African American communities. They've been also tweeting and posting on Facebook with the hashtag Black Lives Matter, Hands Up, Don't Shoot, Alive While Black, I Can't Breathe, hashtag I Can't Breathe.
Right, I know I've been seeing it on Twitter, that hashtag I Can't Breathe. What are people in Manila actually saying about this? Are they talking about this?
Yeah, actually, a lot of Filipinos are looking at this because we look to America a lot, you know, not just in movies, but, you know, to follow the United States as an example. And a lot of people are surprised that things like this are happening in America. But a lot of Filipino Americans are talking about it too, and they're not just against police brutality, but there are a lot of Filipinos who are posting on social media in support of the police, saying that police are just doing their job. Or that, you know, the police are there to shut down any threats that they see to the public.
That's right. We definitely want more information about this. We'll talk about that next time. Let's talk about Simbang Gabi. Malapit ng Pasko. As we know, this is something that all Filipinos all over the world are celebrating, right? So I know that Rappler.com has posted everything that's happening with Simbang Gabi all over the world. Can you tell me about this?
Right. So Simbang Gabi is a tradition actually that started here in the Philippines. It marks the beginning of the Advent season, which is this month. So 9 days before Christmas, it started during the Spanish times actually. When farmers would go out to mass, they would want to avoid the hot sun and they had work in the daytime, but they wanted to show their devotion to God. And as we know, Filipinos are very
religious,
very devout in their
and very
beliefs.
devout, correct.
Exactly. So even until today, the tradition is carried on, not only here in the Philippines, but when Filipinos started leaving to work in other countries, the churches there started doing Simbang Gabi too, which starts 9 days before Christmas at the crack of dawn, either sometime between 4:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. People gather together, they hold mass, eat food after, and celebrate the advent of Christmas.
That's right.
So
And
it's become a very Filipino Catholic thing.
and it's really impressive, Ryan, that you've been able to collect all the Simbang Gabis all over the world. It shows that us Filipinos are everywhere, right? So let's start off in Singapore, December 15. It starts off. You can get information from the Philippine Embassy in Singapore. Also in Malta at the Santa Barbara Church. They hosted at 8:30 p.m. Even in the United Kingdom, the Philippine Embassy in London announced that they have Simbang Gabi masses. Also in Kuwait at Our Lady of Arabia Parish. And obviously here in the United States, it's going to be happening, the Filipinos in Los Angeles. In fact, they're going to be here on the show later this week to give us information about Simbang Gabi. And also at the Diocese of Oakland up in San Francisco, where you're from, Ryan.
Right, yes. There's a lot of Filipinos up there.
Yes, are you planning to come back for the
more,
holidays, Ryan?
I will. I'll be back in California in 2 weeks, actually. I'm very excited to be home.
Tamang-tama, pwede ka pang umabot sa Simbang Gabi.
Right, and we're looking actually for more masses. So if you have information about where Simbang Gabi is going to be held in your neighborhood, let us know at Rappler.com, and you can find out how to send it to us on that story page.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time that we have today. But Ryan, I want to thank you. I know it's early in the morning in the Philippines now. Thank you so much for talking to us. And if you want the full stories, please go to Rappler.com, #Balikbayan, to check out all the information about what's going on with our kababayans from all over the world. Maraming salamat, Ryan.
Thank you, G.
Thank you. And I look forward to speaking with you again soon, all right?
All right, I'll see you soon.
All right, pagbalik natin dito sa Kababayan Today, kasama naman natin si Bunny Paras, actress from the 90s. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
That concludes our local coverage this hour of the developments in Ferguson. Obviously, tensions remaining extremely high here in the greater St. Louis area, with many fearing our community will never be the same. Just unbelievable. Please, stay safe out there. Okay, well, the protests aren't the only thing happening in our area. Let's toss it over, as we always do, to our morning team for Rise and Smile with Kip and Jenny.
We're good. No, please don't.
What do you guys have for us today?
Could we just show a rerun or something?
You're live.
Deep breath, Jenny. Just read the prompter.
Thanks for making us part of your morning, St. Louis. It's time to rise and smile.
But please don't play the jingle.
Get out, start your day, in the cheerful St. Louis way. From Chesterfield to Ferguson, Kip and Jenny make your morning fun.
Rise and smile, St. Louis! Okay, let's just plow through this. How was your weekend, Jenny?
Spend it holding a fireplace poker and protecting my property. So why don't we skip the chit-chat and talk about some weekend events?
Enrollment is open for the annual 5K Holiday Fun Run. If you're looking for a good jog, it's being called the most superior race in town. Now, why would you write that phrase?
Downtown on December 9th, the Blackies are the Black Keys. I'm truly sorry.
I'm going to continue speaking quickly so I don't think about that moment.
Oh, I just thought of someone that's not us. Let's go to Trisha Darby with a traffic report. Trisha, how's the traffic out there?
Bad.
Okay, let's just skip to our guest segment. Please welcome the author of the Healthy Eating Guide, Yum Yum and My Tum Tum, Chef Daryl.
Hey.
Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Kip. Good morning, Jenny.
So you're visiting to make us a healthy breakfast today.
That's right. Turns out when you schedule a book tour 8 months ahead, the cities stay pretty much set in stone. So here I am to cook with you here in this part of the country.
And what are you making for us today?
Today, we're making a frittata. Now, to make it healthy, we're only going to use the whites of the egg.
Use the whole damn egg.
It's not healthy that way.
Whole egg, Daryl.
Now this frittata got an award at the Aspen Food and Wine Festival.
Yes, it won the grand jury prize, and who am I to argue with the grand jury?
Oh, hot God!
Sorry, I heard that as I was saying it.
Too late. You said it, and now we're all on YouTube forever, okay? Oh, now, let me ask you, your book here is signed Chef Daryl. Are you like Sting, or do you have a last name?
No, I do have a last name.
What is it?
Wilson.
Your name is Daryl Wilson?
Yeah, not that, you know. Anyway, do you want to frittata? They're leaving. Okay.
Next up, we're going to discuss something else that I'm going to figure out what that is at the end of this sentence. And that thing is that I drive a Pontiac Vibe.
Well, why don't we check on that traffic one more time? Trisha, is that the Chicago skyline?
Hell yes, and I am not coming back.
Well, that was a good idea she had.
Yeah, we should have done that. We should have done that.
Okay, you know, that's all the time we have. I'm going to make the call to cut the show 53 minutes short today.
But can I just say, do you know how hard it was to get my last name taken off the books? People don't get to choose their names. I, Daryl Wilson, am the victim here.
Please tell me I heard that wrong.
Okay, it just didn't come out right.
Just stop talking, Eggman. We leave you now with a classic rock medley from Missouri's own vocal quartet, the Sing-a-ling-a-lings. Good God.
We can start the fire.
Not that.
Different song.
Support TYT by shopping on Amazon through the link below.
A number of NFL players continue to protest some of the grand jury decisions throughout the country that basically do not indict police officers for using excessive force. And despite the St. Louis Rams getting a lot of negative criticism from police officials for doing their hands up, don't shoot protest, other NFL players have decided they are also going to join in. One of those NFL players is Reggie Bush with the Detroit Lions. And recently he was seen wearing a shirt that said, "I can't breathe," of course making a reference to the Eric Garner case. And he talked to the press about his decision to kind of make a political statement here. And here's what he had to say. "Honestly, I've always been the quiet kid. I've always been the one who's been reserved to kind of sit back and not really get into politics and things like that. But I don't know, I just felt some kind of, I guess, the situation just touched me. It's kind of resonated with me, not because I've been through a similar situation or because I've seen anybody go through it. I just really felt terrible about what was going on these past couple of weeks."
He wasn't the only player to do it. Others as well. Jalen Rose, point guard for the Jalen. I do it every time. I do it every time, JR. Every time. I can't. Derrick Rose, the point guard for the Chicago Bulls, he did it as well. First, in fact, or before, he did it earlier than Sunday. Bravo to these guys. And so far, the NFL hasn't taken action. And,
Yes.
You may not know, Anna, is that the NFL, about like independent signage, they don't let you do anything. Not just when you're in uniform, but you go out there on the field before a game, everything you wear, whatever you wear, it's got to be the sponsored stuff. You can't write a little message to your daughter. You can't take any sort of political stand. They have been very consistently, they've come down incredibly hard on that. It looks like right now, at least, they haven't done anything unless something happened recently.
Yeah, I'm actually really proud of the NFL when it comes to that situation, because with the Rams, I really thought that, with the St. Louis Police Department getting so upset over their protest, well, maybe the NFL gets scared, maybe they're going to worry about business a little bit, and they're going to try to hush up the players. But no, they haven't done that at all. And some of the coaches, like Jim Caldwell, have been freaking awesome, okay? And I love the statement that he gave to the Associated Press.
It's too bad. No, you did everything right.
Caldwell?
Cenk that is his least favorite coach in professional sports.
Well, I don't know anything about his athletic abilities or his coaching abilities. I don't care. But this statement makes me respect him quite a bit.
Let's hear it.
He said the following: "I grew up in the 60s where everybody was socially conscious. I believe in it. I'd be a hypocrite if I stood here and told you any differently, because more than likely some of those protests that Dr. Martin Luther King and some of the others that took part in nonviolent protests is the reason why I'm standing here in front of you today."
Good for Jim Caldwell. He's Reggie Bush's coach.
Mhm.
And that picture we have there, that's the aforementioned. That's Derrick Rose before the Bulls game, I think, on Friday or Saturday.
Mhm. Yeah.
Good for them, and good for the NFL so far for not doing. We'll see if it continues for another week. The Rams, of course, last week before they played the Raiders, the wide receivers and the tight end came out and they did the hands up, don't shoot, and obviously St. Louis and Ferguson right outside St. Louis. The Rams had beat the Raiders 52-0, and I don't know whether they did it yesterday before they played Washington. Athletes are super superstitious. The Rams have won 24-0. So since they've done it, they've outscored their opponents 76-0. They haven't given up a point since they did it. My hunch is that they're going to keep. Their athletes. We got to keep doing this. This is crazy. It's working too well.
Eric Garner, I am. 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 Eric Garner. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Indict, convict, and then kill cops in jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
I'm here for Eric Gardner. I'm here
for Michael Brown. I'm here for Ayanna Jones. I'm here for so many Black women, so many Black men, so many Latino women, Latino men who've just been neglected.
I feel like when there is nothing else that you can do, you have to get out and you have to voice your opinion. It's really, it's democracy at work.
I have a child that's growing up in America, and it's sad to know that my daughter, my nephew, this is life for them.
No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police.
I just couldn't sit still at home and just be like, all this is happening. I had to be a part of this. Because, Eric Gardner could have been me.
My daughter asked me why everyone is holding up the sign, what does it mean? And so I told her, that means that the same thing that I want for you, the same thing that I want for everyone's kids. And that's what everyone is saying with these signs, that they want the same thing for everyone's kids. And she said also that it means that we're all like a family, all together. And I said, yeah, that's exactly what it means.
When another black man is killed, unarmed and begging for mercy. When another black woman grieves loss of her son too early. When I'm sitting here safe on my couch, behind my white skin shield, as the young people march through the streets, I can't breathe. teenager goes to the store to get something to drink and some candy. He never makes it back home. Murdered by some vigilante. Then the dead kid gets dragged through the mud while the killer's protected by law. Jury lets him go free. I can't breathe. 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 Can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. When another black man goes down, shot in the back or wherever, the cops have the power to kill. They're held responsible never. Well, I guess I'm lucky to be born in a skin that's protected. Probably won't happen to me. I can't breathe. 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 I can't breathe.
I'm stronger than I used to be. No longer. Life in mystery, and I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming, screaming. Now I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming. I can't breathe it. I can't breathe it. I can't breathe it. I can't breathe it. Then all this started. We were unwanted. They departed. And we lost it. I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming, screaming now. Can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming. I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming, screaming now. Can't breathe it, breathe it, breathe it, breathe it, breathe it. But I have no doubt. I can't breathe it. I wanna be with you. 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 I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. Feel like screaming. I can't breathe it, but I have no doubt. I can't breathe it. I can't breathe. I am afraid. I am in fear. I'm terrified. You're killing me. I am afraid. I am in fear. I'm terrified. You're killing me. Please, please let me go. I can't breathe. Please, 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 can you stop? I can't breathe. I am oppressed. I am in tears. I'm horrified. You're killing me. I am oppressed. I am in tears. I'm horrified. You're killing me. Please, please, please let me go. I can't breathe. Please, 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 can you stop? I can't breathe.
I didn't think I'd get so emotional over this or upset over this, but it's just been bothering me, so, you know, let's pull out my camera and make a video about it. Hey guys, I hope you're all having a wonderful Monday, and I know I've worn this sweater before, but I like it so. I wasn't planning on talking about this, actually, but I feel like someone has to say something about it sooner or later. And I feel like you guys should know what's going on. If you haven't heard on the news already, there are protests going on the East Coast, especially in New York, I think. I didn't research it too much. I probably should have before I made this video, but I heard enough to get myself pretty upset. So basically what's going on is that people are upset at just the law enforcement as they think that they're being racist. Eric Gardner was strangled to death. Michael Brown was shot. Do I think that it's a coincidence that both the victims were African American and both the police officers were white? Not really. We're living in the 21st century. Why is racism still a problem? We should have handled that long ago. You know, we could be focusing on so many more important things, but we're still, I think the reason that I'm so upset is because the jury decided not to punish the police officer. And it doesn't matter what race you are, you know, what ethnicity, what you believe in, gender, it doesn't matter. If you are treated unfairly, there needs to be reinforcement. So, is this a racial problem? I don't think it's completely a racial problem. I think racism does play a factor in this, but I don't think that is all of it. I don't understand how people cannot see that we're all equal. I mean, guys, we're the Renaissance generation, in a sense. We are at the biggest turning point in history. This is the fastest that the human race has ever accelerated before, ever. We have so much power, and we can gain so much more knowledge in 5 years now than like 70 years back in the 18th, 19th century. I mean, with so much power and so much knowledge in our hands, we should be investing that in greater things. I think this is very unfortunate and very sad, and I am disappointed. I was very disappointed by this. I don't understand. I don't get it. Why can't we just love each other? You know, love thy neighbor as thyself. Sorry guys. Sorry if I'm making any of you upset out there. I don't mean any offense by anything I say in this video. I don't want to upset any of you. I saw a little clip of Eric Garner getting choked. The man had asthma. Do you know that? The way they took him down, the amount of force they used on him, bothered me. It really bothered me. And if I remember right, at the beginning of the video, he said something like, "Please don't touch me," or please don't touch me. If someone says, "Please don't touch me," he didn't even sound remotely threatening. He didn't look threatening. He didn't look like he was gonna do anything. And then this guy came up behind him, and his last words were, "I can't breathe." My heart goes out to Eric Gardner and his family. May he rest in peace. I'm sure he was a good man. We'll figure things out sooner or later. I'm hoping sooner rather than later, but I think we will get over this. We will overcome this problem. I just don't know when, I don't know how, but we will. Please strive to be the best that you can. Try to be a good person. I believe that everybody is a good person. Some people just have their goodness hidden more than others, hidden by badness. Let's all try to bring out the best in ourselves, because we could really use it. We could all use a little more love in this world.
If riots truly are the language of the unheard, then many people are starting to ask themselves if maybe they should do some more listening. That's the feeling many people got over the weekend as protesters shut down streets and highways all over South Florida. Many commuters wound up late for work, caught up in a barricade of protesters. Hundreds of demonstrators got together and protested the recent grand jury refusals to indict white police officers for killing unarmed black men. Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Broward County, all over the regions, hundreds of people chanted things like, "Hands up, don't shoot," and "I can't breathe," of course referencing Eric Garner and Michael Brown, both of them dying at the hands of police officers. In both cases, the police officer will not have to stand before a court and defend himself as to why he chose to use deadly force and take a person's life. And in both cases, neither Eric Garner, nor Michael Brown will have their chance to due process under the law. One suspected of stealing cigars and accused of assaulting an officer, while the second was accused of selling loose cigarettes. His chokehold death caught on camera. Of course, more protests are scheduled to continue throughout the remainder of the week, and we'll keep you updated as those happen. Meanwhile, a sweeter story involving police, Cupcakes with a Cop, it's called. It's a charity event, all put on by a 9-year-old boy. That's right. Boynton Beach native Mr. Jake Lemon hosted the fundraiser at the Sweet Surrender Cupcake and Cookie Cafe on Saturday. At the event, officers decorated cupcakes and even shared their confectionery secrets with the children in attendance. The price of admission, $10. That, combined with online donations, hauled in over $1,600. Jake's mom, Sherry, says that money will go to feed the hungry. The funds will buy around 5,500 pounds of food, all of which will go to the Community Caring Center. Their numbers say 1 in 4 kids in the area often go to bed hungry at night. With Jake's help, now many of those hungry kids will also have a good meal to eat. As for him, Jake ate 2 cupcakes at the event, 1 carrot cake and 1 peanut butter cup. Not a bad choice. In other news, if you're a cold case junkie, you'll find this story interesting. The coldest case on file in Boca Raton's filing system. Now, 66 years later, we still don't know who did it. Who killed the famous sculptor Lino Lazzari and his wife Louise? The couple was 48 and 40 years old, and they were murdered at close range while sleeping in their beds. Now, the search for clues is on. Lazzari's great-grandson, Danilo Lazzari, flew all the way back to Boca Raton from Germany to try and piece together the mystery. He brought several clues and tidbits from different family members, and now he's asking the police department to help him connect the dots. Now, back in the 1940s, Lazzari was somewhat of a local celebrity, and Boca Raton was much smaller back then, less than 1,000 people living in the city. Some of his artwork went missing after the murder, and recently some of it has been recovered on eBay. That's sparking the renewed interest in this mystery and the cold case, but still, 66 years later, and no one has been arrested. In other news, scandal hits Boynton Beach. It's not exactly Watergate, but I suppose that name could technically work. This time around, the wastewater director steps down from his position while facing accusations of stealing on the job. Water Treatment Plant Executive Director Dennis Coates tendered his resignation during the ongoing investigation. Now, state attorneys, they won't comment on the investigation, but other commissioners say Coates is being investigated for stealing copper and scrap metals from the plant and then selling it off to the junkyard in order to turn a profit. Coates is not facing any charges or official allegations yet. He was appointed to his position 6 years ago. Now, Boynton Beach Utilities Director Colin Groff will take over during the interim until the commission panel finds a permanent replacement. Well, the system worked, unless, of course, you're a fan of TCU or Baylor, those two teams snubbed by the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. Jimbo Fisher and the Florida State Seminoles won their 29th consecutive game and finished out the season with another close one, this time edging out Georgia Tech 37-35 in the ACC championship game. Now with that, they're headed to the first ever college football playoffs. Florida State came into the weekend on the bubble. They were ranked number 4 out of 6 top teams, and all 6 of them won. TCU dropped 55 points on Iowa State, but still managed to slide from number 3 out of the playoff bracket all the way down to number 6. They lost their bid to Ohio State, who put up a big number on Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship, blowing them out 59-0, and that's notable against the nation's second-ranked defense. So here's how it all shakes out. The Buckeyes play Alabama in the 4-1 matchup in the Sugar Bowl, and the Seminoles get the 3 seed. They're traveling to Southern California to play in the Rose Bowl against the second-ranked Ducks. And, of course, that's Heisman frontrunner Marcus Mariota at the helm. Of course, the winner of those two will advance to the national championship game.
Witnessing protests in your city? From the streets of Cal, but some are doing so more violently than others. Demonstrators flooded a highway in Oakland, Cal. Some threw explosives, bottles and rocks at officers, authorities said. Highway Patrol Sergeant Diana McDermott said it wasn't clear what type of explosives were thrown, but she said some in the crowd had Molotov cocktails and M80 firecrackers. Officers responded by deploying gas and arresting 8 protesters. In the end, 2 officers suffered minor injuries. Gurpreet here, A student at the nearby University of Cal. People were vandalizing police cars and jumping on the cars, Here said. Police said 5 patrol cars were damaged. In the city of Berkeley, protests spilled into Monday morning. Some protesters looted and vandalized businesses. Police spokeswoman Jin, one protester was struck in the head with a hammer when he tried to keep fellow protesters from damaging and looting a Radio Shack, she said. The man was hospitalized, but his injuries are not believed to be ill. 2 Berkeley officers also suffered minor injuries. Coates said 5 people were arrested, but she did not know the charges. The acts of violence were apparent anomalies in a sea of protests nationwide decrying a grand jury's decision not to indict the officer who killed Garner, an unarmed black man. Garner's last words, "I can't breathe," have become a rallying cry for protesters denouncing police brutality, particularly against unarmed black men. The grand jury's decision Wednesday not to indict New York City police officer Daniel Pontalio in Garner's death came a week after a Missouri grand jury decided not to indict former officer Darren Wilson, who fatally shot unarmed black teenager Michael Brown in Ferguson. Caroling their grievances, some demonstrators are getting more creative in delivering their message. In New York, protesters at Penn Station sang justice carols, such as these lyrics to the tune of Little Drummer Boy. Help, he told them, parum-pum-pum-pum, I cannot breathe, you see, parum-pum-pum-pum, our city's finest bring, parum-pum-pum-pum, death to this human being. Hundreds of protesters also gathered at Grand Central Terminal and Macy's and Herald Square, sites of multiple die-ins over the past few days, before barging through the nearby Toys R Us to lie on the floor en masse. One young couple made the event a family affair, lying on the floor with their toddler between them. What's happening in these cities in these last several days is incredibly important to show we have on. While protesters chanted Black Lives Matter, many of the demonstrators were not black. They rarely shoot old white guys like me, one protester's sign read. While some protesters in New York chanted, "How do you spell racism?" Night, members of the New York Police Department marched alongside them, showing restraint. Not everyone is on their side, but in Imperial, Missouri, demonstrators staged a D. They burned St. Louis Rams football jerseys after 5 players ran onto the field last weekend making the hands up, "Don't shoot" gesture, CNN affiliate KSDK reported. That gesture became a symbolic part of anti-police demonstrations in the Michael Brown case. Why would you do something like that? It's utterly ridiculous, said Larry McGee. I think the Rams ought to pack their bags, and I'll give them a plane ticket back to LA. Daughter, this is not a black and white issue. Garner's daughter Erica said she was deeply moved by the diversity of protesters who have demonstrated across the country. This is not a black and white issue. This is a national crisis, Erica Garner said. U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder has announced a federal civil rights investigation into Garner's death. Unlike with the Michael Brown case, a video showing the Erica Garner says that video has struck a nerve with many. For white people to come out and show how deeply they was hurt, and like Asians and, this story was based on reporting by Joe Sutton, Holly Yan and Stephanie Gallman, and was written by Holly Yan and Ralph Ellis.
The song is about basically stopping the violence and police brutality that we've been through, and I thought that it's been enough already, so I just wanted to sing a rap a song and tell people to stop the violence. I hope the Reverend Sharpton will be able to hear this, because it's very important. Alright, so I guess I'm gonna rap it without the beat. One thing I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Study hard in school so you can get by. Think before college, get shot and die. Please don't shoot, I got my hands up. You feel the beat, take a pic with your hands up. Matter of fact, get up the seat and stand up. We can break, time to stand up. Put that man down, let that man up. Get in on the tape with your cameras. Police murdering down in Ferguson. I heard some people say they get nervous when they see a kid walking with a hoodie. All he had was Arizona and some goodies. Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown. Please up the violence, stop it right now.
The family of a wood carver shot to death by a Seattle police officer. Shot and killed by a Seattle police officer. He was not facing
That
the
knife
officer.
was found
He
closed.
suffered 4 gunshots.
Seattle police faced a number of
and his carving knife
Papers filed by the Williams family attorney, who says Williams was not a threat.
Who shot and killed a native American wood carver is concerned he won't get a fair inquest.
Preliminary police investigation determined the shooting was not justified. Officer Brooks' gun and badge were taken away from him.
Every day we wake up for you to protect and serve, but if you can't do that, tell me what's your job worth. Now you got a bad rep and the city really hates you. Not to mention everything you've done makes you disgraceful. Tell me, how do y'all sleep at night? You beat and shoot people, then go home to your wife? Can you answer why this kid's laying up in the hospital? Bodies in the morgue? To me, it's not logical. Protect, to defend something you care about. Serve, to be there when there's people without. You don't protect or serve, you extort and harass. You took the job for the power, the gun and the badge. Accept when you're wrong and take the punishment. You swore on an oath, you're supposed to live under it. I'm fighting my case, so I'll speak for the people. High Police Department, it's crew, nice to meet you. We need to stand up, cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. We need to stand up, cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. Excessive force turned deadly, now you just shoot. When they're cuffed on the ground, it's batons and boots. I had my own little taste of a yellow mace cane. I got dragged and slammed inside a metal door jam. Forget about me, what about T. Williams, a short old man? When they shot and killed him, he didn't do a single thing. He was walking away, gunned down by a cop in the middle of the day. Witnesses say there wasn't one good reason. 4 kill shots left him on the ground bleeding. Tell me right now how it's justified. You could have shot him in the legs and he would have survived. Or better yet, use your taser, that's what it's there for. Instead you put a harmless man inside of a morgue. Now his family has to grieve and you're fighting the case. There's cops like this everywhere, so how are we safe? We need to stand up, cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. We need to stand up, cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. Every tax dollar earned puts your kids through college, but you walk the streets treating people like garbage. We hear it all the time, yeah, nothing is done. Tell me why the city only takes the badge and the gun. He was partially deaf and you shot him in the back. Your lawyer can say what he wants, we know the facts. 4 seconds went by before you pulled and clapped. No warning was given and the witness proves that. From Seattle to Frisco, LA to NY, enough is enough. People don't need to die. Do you want another riot, Rodney King type style? I'd lock him for life, I was part of that trial. I refuse to let this one just slide by, so I decided to let everyone know why. We need to stand up and it needs to be now, cause if we don't, someone we know might get shot down. We need to stand up cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. We need to stand up cause they're out of control. With police like this, we have to revolt. We cannot sit down, we cannot let go. We cannot pretend we haven't seen what they've shown. You need to listen to what I'm saying, who I'm saying it to, and why. They call me crew.
He's not breathing. I think they killed him. Sick and tired of YZ.
My people are tired of being afraid of you. It's like getting away with murder's what you're paid to do. I state the truth, but what we say is not debatable. It's favorable for people to believe you cause you say it's true. My people really can't relate to you cause there's a cold proof for everyone that you're related to. So there's a reason people hating you. Your head's inflatable. Rethink your job is not paid for you. You're supposed to serve and protect us, but all you seem to do is just disturb and arrest us. And now these murders affect us. Speaking for Eric Garner's on the curb where you left us. I guess the system wasn't meant to fight. Since when does a badge grant you extra right? And this is who we give our power to when you commit a crime. It's like nobody's held accountable. Commissioner and your officers, we got some questions to ask, so can you talk to us? We refuse to sit back and watch you slaughter us. You're supposed to serve and protect, and this is what you offer us? They want to beat the shit out of me and justify crimes with police brutality. Police brutality. Police brutality. Hands in the air with our palms up, but for some reason, man, y'all still want to harm us. Tear gas, bomb us and disarm us. Lie to us and be dishonest. That's what the law does. With all the lives that you ended, you ain't afraid of consequence, cause you'll just be suspended. And these men have wife and kids for defending his rights. Our way took away his right to live. So we trying to play doctor, yeah, we trying to stay patient, but all your crimes result up in a paid vacation. It's really not fair, it's really not right, cause if we would've do that, then we would've got life. I guess the system wasn't meant to fight. Since when does your badge grant you extra right? And this is who we give our power to. When you commit a crime, it's like nobody's held accountable. Mr. Commissioner and your officers, we got some questions to ask, so can you talk to us? We refuse to sit back and watch you slaughter us. You're supposed to serve and protect, and this is what you offer us? They want to beat the shit out of me and justify crimes with police brutality. Police brutality. Police brutality.
This is what happens when you call the cops. Say what? This is what happens when you call the cops. Come on. This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot.
This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot.
I'm sick of people being victimized by criminal cops. Psychopathic predators terrorizing neighborhood blocks. Equipped with pepper spray, mace, cuffs, tasers, and glocks. They like serial killers acting out subliminal
thoughts. Forget what you taught. These cops have got a license to kill. Witness intimidation means that they can use it at will. Code of silence means that the pigs will never let out a squeal. And if they go to court, they know the judge will make them a deal. For real, that's why they stopping me, locking me up and stomping me, confiscating my property, talking in my demography, making the poor commodities, profiting off of poverty, enforcing policies, supporting prison economy. Yeah, no one makes money when the violence stops. Hating brutality's the way to make a criminal crop. Blood in the gutters, how the rich butter they bread at the top. And that's why this is what happens when you call the cops. Come on.
This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot. This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot.
911, what's your emergency?
I'm mixed up in the system and these pigs is trying to murder me. They make me, they tase me, they trained them to hate me, degrade and detain me and change just like slavery. Hands up, face down, left hook right quick. Throw you down, hold you down, smack you with that night stick. Night shift, riding round, see you with your J's on. You'll get sprayed on over Skittles, word to Trayvon. All the people saying is it's crazy down in Florida. What you saying is you playing, it's the same in California. They ganging like they banging and they'll hang you down in Georgia. Frame you in a case for what you say without a lawyer. Swarming with no warning, now they sorting through your residence. Storming with no warrant, now they snorting all the evidence. You better just learn to dodge a box. Cause this is what happens when you call the cops.
Come on, this is what happens when you call the cops. Say what? This is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot. Yeah. This is what happens when you call the cops. Come on. This is what happens when you call the cops. Say what? This is what happens when you call the cops. You get your rights violated or you all get shot. We got a baby in the living room.
Get the grenades, pull a pin, throw it in the crib, blow them away.
There's a homeless guy camping here.
Well, tell him to pack. When he gets up and starts leaving, shoot the bum in the back.
This guy rolled through a stop sign.
That's drugs for sale. Get some doctors to rape him, send him a bill in the mail.
We got a black man knocking on a white woman's door.
With 10 shots, point blank, he ain't gonna knock no more. Look, the problem starts at the academy. New cadets are indoctrinated with a military mentality. With them as the soldiers and us as the people that battle. We're either collateral damage or combat fatality. Either way, the reality's that it's not gonna stop. Cause this is what happens when you call the cops. This is what happens when you call the cops. Come on, this is what happens when you call the cops.
This is what happens. Say what? Happens when you call the cops.
Come on.
This is what happens when you call.
Yeah, this is what happens. Happens when you call the cops. This is what happens. We happen. Call when you all get shot. Bang.
Everyone put your guns down. Oh, shit, the police are here. Pick them back up. Police brutality shoots accurately, too casually, act ruthless, callously, then dead youth casualties appear. The truth miraculously disappears, mere constellation, devastation at station, fed cops cover up. Another day, another box, they say they never miss terrorists. They shot John Charles, this is devilish. They said he was a black terrorist, but he said by the dead terrorists. Them lies I'm joking about. They said he had a padded coat with wires poking out. That's a fabricated quote, so I'm spoken out. He had a light denim jacket, you're mad wicked. They said he jumped the barriers, but he had a ticket. I stormed in, no one warned him. Shrimp 10 times and mom's boarding the next morning. That's my lyric. Police are mad at me, cause I speak on police brutality. That's released and beats on humanity. And the streets just speak of calamity free. We pay a lot of tax and get shot in our back. We pay a lot of bills and get shot and killed. We pay our money and get sprayed in the tummy and give wages. Now we live with hate. I live in forest gates where police and crime correlate the same line and orchestrate hate that plays on your mind. There were two men at home, the cops busted in. They got one, dragged them cuffed him on the floor, humping and pumping, searching for weapons, but found nothing. Disrespecting, checking around his stuff and disgusted. Why am I not alarmed? One guy got shot in his arm. There were the weapons, made of chemicals. Now the residents need first aid medicals. Police run a mockery, such an oddity, hypocrisy, breaking the people's property like an evil, deceitful robbery. Girls scot free. This monotony of crime is what I see time after time. Police are mad in the arms. Let's speak of police brutality. Let's release them beats on humanity. And the streets just speak of calamity. We pay a lot of tax and get shot in our back. We pay a lot of bills and get shot and killed. We pay our money and get sprayed in the tummy. We get wages. Now we live with hatred. Let's take a trip to this place, no justice. Black men attack with a slip in the waist, busted by the chase. It's a kick in the face when they slip in the cases. Stop the dusted, cops are not trusted. The block is disgusted. 5 years past, still not adjusted. Oscar Cross was unarmed, pin faced out by a cop, while another shot, another rubber popped. Doesn't recover from the drop, hidden stories. Look hard, discover the plot is too gory. You'd rather not the palaver, too good. You can view it on YouTube. Used to perhaps into a black man have to get used to. Amadou was armed with a bullet, not a gun. Maybe it was symbolic to one. Either way, he had a horrid outcome. Shot 41 times, 19 bullets, teared his flesh. 22 missed, where's the rest? One short bell. The blue pigs for poor hell. Justice gone stale, corrupted by a long scale. Disruptive cops always have excuse. They say impulse, but behold the truth. It can't be opposed when you read all the truth. Unprovoked abuse, no hope when the cops cloak the truth. It's like a hoax and a spoof. Some of these jokes and proofs can't cope for the youth. Black folks in the yoke of bondage can't cope with this wrongness that's been prolonged for the longest. Corrupted power, gun showers from the most abruptest cowards. Shoot a step and charge by the hour. You don't need to be armed to be shot. Nowadays, that's how cowards behave. Folks get hit, armed with wallets, table legs, hair clips, stacks of keys, bachelor degrees. One kid got hit with a chocolate tree. He could not speak, stop or retreat before he was knocked off his feet. Shot by the beast, another guy left in the parking lot deceased. With no justice, you will not get peace. One take, right, it's real. First thing he said.
Alright everybody, it's me Jalen, and I'm recording this in the bathroom, so if it's echoey and stuff, I'm very sorry. What you're about to see currently is some slideshow pictures of what's happening in Ferguson. If you don't know, young man Mike Brown was shot, I think a total of 8 times in the city of Ferguson by a cop. He was unarmed. The first shot, as you will hear in the song that are about to come up, he turned around, put his hands up, said, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." Cop proceeded to come at him with his weapon drawn and shot him 7 more times. I personally think this whole matter, this whole situation is really disgusting. The fact that some people, and it's not necessarily just black people, but people in general are being oppressed by law enforcement and people that are just oppressing them in general is disgusting. It's something that needs to be stopped. It's something that needs to be changed. And at the end of this video, there's going to be a hands up, don't shoot. There is a Twitter page that has this picture. You can, put it on your Twitter, do whatever, spread awareness. RIP Mike Brown. I really do. My heart goes out to the families and everybody in Ferguson right now as they're battling riots and the cops and everything that's happening with them. It's completely horrible. After this video that you see, I will be uploading a separate video talking about my views on the whole situation. I can't really do a whole bunch now because the music's about to start and all that junk. But yeah, it's going to be a whole bunch of pictures and things that you'll see of the current situation in Ferguson. I really hope that you guys do enjoy it. Don't forget to share this video, like, comment it, send it out everywhere. Raise awareness for the Mike Brown situation. Raise awareness for the prejudice, the oppression, all of that. Raise awareness. I love you guys. Peace.
And I'm in the now. And it don't take no X-ray to see right through my smile. I know I be on the go. And it ain't no drink out there that can numb my soul. Oh no. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is break the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is break the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. Can you tell me why? Every time I step outside, I see my niggas die. I'm letting you know that it ain't no gun they make that can kill my soul. Oh no. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is take the chains off. All we want to do is break the chains off. All we want to do is be free. All we want to do is be free. So now it's like the officer's pulling him inside the car. He's trying to pull away. And at no time the officer said that he was going to do anything until he pulled out his weapon. His weapon was drawn, and he said, "I'll shoot you," or "I'm going to shoot." And in the same moment, the first shot went off. And we looked at him, he was shot, and there was blood coming from him. And we took off running. Are we all alone, fighting on our own? Please give me a chance. I don't wanna dance. Something's got me down. I will stand my ground. Don't just stand around. Don't just stand around. As we took off running, I ducked and hid for my life because I was feared for my life. And I hid by the first car that I saw. My friend, he kept running, and he told me to keep running because he feared for me too. So as he was running, the officer was trying to get out of the car, and once he got out of the car, he pursued my friend, but his weapon was drawn. Now, he didn't see any weapon drawn at him or anything like that, us going for no weapon. His weapon was already drawn when he got out the car. He shot again, and once my friend felt that shot, he turned around and he put his hands in the earth, and he started to get down, but the officer still approached with his weapon drawn, and he fired several more shots, and my friend died. All we want to do
is take the chains off. All we wanna do is break the chains off. All we wanna do is be free. All we wanna do is be free. All we wanna do is take the chains off. All we wanna do is break the chains off. All we wanna do is be free. All we wanna do is be free.
Our Lord, grant us good in this world and good in the life to come keep us safe from the torment of the fire. As we keep our hands up high and scream for justice. Ferguson, rest in peace Mike Brown, and all the young soldiers out there. God help us.
Time to take a stand and save our future. Like we all got shot, we all got shot. Blowing up our eyes, don't let them shoot us. Cause we all we got. God ain't put us on the earth to get mad. It's murder. God ain't put us on the earth to get mad. It's murder. Don't put your weapons at me.
Seen the pictures, feel the pain. Scandalous how they murder son. Tired of them killing us. I'm on my way to Ferguson. Talk to Tip, I talk to Diddy. Then my brothers walking with me. Mothers crying, stop the riots. We ain't got a chocolate city. I seen Cole out there. Felt I should go out there. They left that boy 4 hours in the cold out there. They killing teens. They killing dreams.
Yo, come on. We gotta stick together. We all we got. When police taking shots, and I ain't talking about Ciroc. I'm talking about Emmett Till. I'm talking about Azell Ford. Talking about Sean Bell. They never go to jail for it. Trayvon over Skittles. Mike Brown cigarillos. Story keep repeating itself like a Biggie instrumental. America's a glass house, and my revenge is mental. Rather use my brain and throw a cocktail through a
I
window.
got the keys to the city, still we left in the cold. Hands in the sky, still was left in the road. Ribbon in the sky, Michael Brown, another soul. Stole by the system, black men, we pay the toll. The price is your life, Uncle Sam on a slice. Black dress code, now we looting in the night. Now we throwing Molotovs, sending solid calls. And I know they hate to hear me screaming I'm about. Time to take a stand and save our future. Like we all got shot, we all got shot. Blowing up our eyes, don't let them shoot us. Cause we all we got, we all we got. God ain't put us on the earth to get mad, it's murder. God ain't put us on the earth to get mad, it's murder. Don't put your weapons at me.
Tired of the okie doke, you lying, you Pinocchio. Driving wild black, tell me where am I supposed to go? Gunshots hit the car, now I got the Holy Ghost. Excessive force was a drug, then they overdosed. Got us trying to protest, it's a slow process. Heard it's a lot of rotten eggs in the crow's nest. People praying on their feet, police holding on with heat. Turned on the news and seen a tank rolling down the street.
I seen a lot of ice water toss, and I know it's for a cause. My only question is, what we doing for the loss of Mike Brown? Cause right now I challenge you to use your talents to speak up, and don't you ever let them silence you. Cause action speaks louder than words, that's what I heard. Shot down with his hands up, that's what occurred. Man, that sound absurd. Matter of fact, to me that sound like murder. We want justice.
Hey, yo, game, I had a crib out there. I used to live out there, so I know how niggas feel out there. People stressing, protesting, unity is a blessing. So it's time we come together, use our voices as a weapon. I am Michael Brown, cause I stand for what he stand for. News say we looting, paint pictures like we some animals. On my NWA, CMG, holler rest in peace, easy, fuck the police.
Heard another brother slain out for St. Louis. I'm sure the mother feel the pain, but what you famous doing? I'm sure the general population try and be more active. But when the light finally catches you, you ice challenge. Okay, and I support the ALF just like the rest of them. But you have yet to pay your debts. The youth is flexing that. Cause everybody care for a minute to stop. People only there for a minute to stop. And what's the point of giving if you ain't giving your all? We never get in the head, might as well give up your heart.
Got my hands up, what else am I supposed to do? Tell me what's the love for everything we're going through. Mercy, 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 mercy. Only God can say mercy, mercy. As we lead in peace.
Martin Luther King had dreams. They ain't respecting Jesse up out here, and they don't really respect Obama out here. Lights out, no dark. It's like a nightmare. How the fuck you play pretend but they ain't playing fair? It's going down, Armageddon right here. Right now, not on TV, but right here. Put your flags in the air if you don't really care. We need justice, yeah. We need justice here.
I heard he surrendered, but we all saw how they did him. Television broadcast a confused country. I'm a resident of a nation that don't want me. What's done is done, the town erupts in fury. And I'm already hearing about this lopsided jury. Three faces like here's the rest another story. A lot of motherfuckers need to act more worried.
The revolution has been televised. If I sit here and don't do nothing, homie, that's genocide. Fuck that, we have arrived. And who cares who ain't on our side, cause we on our own. How you preach peace to a family that just lost their own? My Brody gang just bagged my line like we gotta do something. All that marching in that peace ain't gon' fucking do nothing. Fuck it, mama, I'm sorry, I'm ready to raise the police to let the animals out the cage. Oh Lord, it's
time to take a stand and save a future. Like we all got shot, we all got shot. Throwing up our hands, don't let them shoot us. Cause we all we got, we all we got. God ain't put us on the earth to get murdered. It's murder. God ain't put us on the earth to get murdered. It's murder. Don't point your weapons at me.
Stand up.
The images from this weekend of violence in the streets, stores being looted, and riot police with dogs barking and charging at protesters. It all started with the fatal shooting by police of an unarmed black teenager. The FBI has now opened an investigation. The shooting of 18-year-old Michael Brown has opened a wound in the community.
Yo. Never thought today God would take my friend. But I'm dealing with it. The police is at it again and they're killing the innocent. They consider us gangsters if we don't walk around acting like brothers is feminine. Y'all run off adrenaline. How you obey the law by harassing a citizen? How we supposed to feel safe if you always act scared of us? Somebody must have told you a lie. Not surprised that they calling us animals, living in poverty, trying to survive. They say don't be mad at the cops, 96% killing is black on black crime. They don't want us to be outraged, but how we ever gonna change if we don't even try? Why? Do they kill us when they feel uncomfortable? This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man. Do they kill us when they feel uncomfortable? This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man.
Please tell me something. Out of the blue, the one in the black, they shut down for nothing. I just don't know, it feel like I'm nonsense. Feel like I'm bullshit. Please tell me something. I need answers, man. All of us are one in the blue, was who I play, shoot up or nothing. Where they do that at? I just don't know, it feel like I'm nonsense. Feel like some bullshit. Please tell me something. I need answers, man.
There's no science to it. They treat us bad because they see how we live. Tell us take what was given. The government been against us since the very beginning. What if we took our guns off us and put them on y'all and then ask God for forgiveness? Trying to get through to the public, marching and screaming for justice, only get us pushed to religion. Hands up, don't shoot. We beg to be humans, we must got a snake involved. If martial law could happen any minute, then what's an unpaid suspension if you break the law? Killing us isn't the answer. Establish facts before the propaganda. Look, these regular people
people with regular lives. Badges should come with a body camera. Why every chance they get? They kill us when they feel uncomfortable. This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man. Do they kill us when they feel uncomfortable? This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man.
I need answers, man.
I need answers, man.
I need answers, man. We need answers.
I need answers, man. What now? Fight back, bust back till they scared of that. Cause Willie Lynch wrote a letter on controlling black people. And we still ain't prepared from that. Might as well pull out the rope. I'm not pointing no fingers, I'm blaming us both. It's obvious we can stand for the right things, but media plays a problem with the things they promote. Fighting in a lose-lose battle, trying to bring peace, but it don't come natural. Walking in the streets holding up signs and they throwing tear gas at us like the shit don't matter. It was a peaceful protest before looters. We the violent ones, but they the shooters. Can't be teaching these kids you gon' be mistreated by the police for being a human. I mean, what kind of future is that? What it take to get back? I'm a man, I know better. Maybe me and my folks should vote better. Or maybe I should get out this country. Cause they ain't gonna ever respect us until we start fucking up all of their money. But until then, pump your fist if you still in, cause we will win. Time to get out. Do they kill us when they feel uncomfortable? This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man. Do they kill us when they feel uncomfortable? This shit is dysfunctional. Lost one of my homies about a month ago. Do we always feel like a target? I know it's because my skin, what would you call it? I need answers, man.
Please tell me something. Out of the blue, the one in the black, they shut down for nothing. I just don't know, it feel like some nonsense. Feel like some bullshit. Please tell me something. I need answers, man. All of a sudden, boys in the blue, you boys who are black, shooting for nothing. Where they do that at? I just don't know, it feel like some nonsense. Feel like some bullshit. Please tell me something. I need answers, man. I need answers, man. I need answers, man. We need answers.
Yeah. Ah.
It's time to hit the ground, motherfucking duck. Ricochet your beats, round choppers out for blood. Butchers and badges, abuse of power is an understatement. Blasted, unarmed, civilians handcuffed on the floor. Body statement, beating handicapped people to death. Triumph for the parents, he's still unaware they are deaf. That's why you're swearing and cursing didn't make them respond. So try a fist, boot, killer a fucking baton. And how long we gonna let this Jeep on happen and strapping it up? What about cops, not crack fiends? It's now this I watch my back on the street. Carry the peace, not a thug. Prepared for pulse beats. The chances are to kill you, even if you surrender. So fuck it. Give from him, man, and 1, 2, 3, never. Hey, kid, what are you doing over there? Hey, stick your fucking hands up, freeze! It's cool, man, I got my hands up. Don't shoot, don't move. I won't, he's still breathing, boom, boom. Got my hands up, don't shoot. I got my hands up, don't shoot. I got my hands up, don't shoot. The fuck else could that mean to you? Assassins in uniform, killers with handcuffs. Maybe bullied in high school, but now the man is tough. Government stormtroopers establishing martial law, killing without accountability for wrong. We as peace for the strong and need to stand up for what's right. It shouldn't have to take smashing cars and street lights to get a fucking message across. That we are unhappy with the corrupt performance of cops. How can we change shit if we let murderers walk away completely blameless? The game's sick, and I'm fucking sick of it. What I wanna know fucking is who checks the cops. Visually ill killers, badges, and cops. I got my hands up. Don't shoot. Don't. I got my hands up. Don't shoot. Don't. I got my hands up. Don't shoot. Climbing in this country with the millionaires and this fucking up class police state is just fucking a whole trip up, man. How many times am I gonna see a video on motherfucking YouTube of somebody getting killed by the police? These are the motherfuckers that are supposed to be protecting us, and at the same time they're doing the exact opposite. They're who I fear, not the criminals. Tell somebody about it.
This is Aldous Huxley, a man haunted by a vision of hell on earth. A searing social critic, Mr. Huxley, 27 years ago, wrote Brave New World, a novel that predicted that someday the entire world would live under a frightful dictatorship. Today, Mr. Huxley says that his fictional world of horror is probably just around the corner for all of us. We'll find out why in a moment. Who and what are the enemies of freedom here in the United States?
Well, I don't think you can say who in the United States. I don't think there are any sinister persons deliberately trying to rob people of their freedom. But I do think, first of all, that there are a number of impersonal forces which are pushing in the direction of less and less freedom.
I claim hypocrisy on hip-hop, cause bitches be writing, but all they write about is misdrops. Yes, I'm on my tip-tops, rolling zigzags until I get dropped, sending you back to the line. All these bitches crave cock. Shit, a California man packing, your girls on my jock doing stunts you couldn't imagine. But enough of that, no one's here to judge a bad habit, like snorting coke and telling you reefers you can't have it. My word's magic, not a listener to the governmental policy, mentally capable of obtaining from society. Administration won't support me, my flow's too lyrical, there's no way you can distort me. One hand on my sack while the other one's on my J, like this, floating away into the realms like swish, switching out gravity out the matters like fish, like this. More consequences to my actions on ignoring trends, till I get involved in problems linking up to the feds. All these visuals want to get me to consume, never offering freebies or asking howdy how you do. It's true, I'm never trusting all this mainstream shit. I just want peace in the Middle East, this melancholic rhythm's a feast, never handed me a chance to compete. Rest assured that I can tear down the walls of Babylon with defeat. I never get sleep, the night owl, coming up to dominate the weight of your dreams. Only succeeds, streams to count the money deplete, ending your streak, sending all your ego to shriek. You complicate your life with habits in school, guinea pig that only stares into the tube and drools. Such a fucking tool. I complicate my dreams, vanishing away from my sleep, under my sheets, praying for a god who's asleep, reminiscing on beats, like depending on me, but only time will tell. People's trying to eat me complete.
Shots fired in that motherfucker proof. We can't catch him in the street, so I'ma kill him from the booth. No arrest, they won't proof. False meets truth. Going to Oscar Grant, Michael the Amadou. So now, what am I to do? Take my eyes off the prize. Why these dream killers murder, then they bury me alive. I'm playing hard to get. These fuckers is high-fiving. Walking out the courtroom, shaking hands, smiling. Slow, methodical, systematic. Genocide and keep the wealth on the shelf and on the corners we collide. And they got a Bible full of rules, but none they abide by. Mama's on the front row, kiss they baby bye-bye. And I cry cause her pain that too. I'm feeling Jim Cross still alive and his henchmen still living. They call it all on tape, but the disposition different. Got the statement on vinyl, but the record keeps skipping. Hello.
You took my son away from me. You know how hard it was for me to get him to stay in school and graduate. You know how many black men graduate? Not many. Because you bring them down to this type of level where I feel like you don't got nothing to live for anyway. They gonna try to take me out anyway.
If they ain't blasting they nines, then they aiming they hoses. Guns in their hand, holster full of roses. Boasting, celebrating one wound toasting. Head mounted on the walls, NRA posting. Riding a pale horse, it's your life they be holding. God and the devil, they can crown, they can roast you, exploding. Caught in the middle of supernovas. We thought it would be cool because we put one in the oval. We haunted by the flow, spinning red and blue strobing. Shots at every king who beats the press and gets open. I ain't preaching, I'm just here to aid with the flowing. Perched on that wire with them blackbirds crowing. You hear them blackbirds crowing, and I see you preventing them from growing. Never to bloom. Shit, they barely even button. Trapped under the dirt, no light, and then you smother them.
First, I thank God, and I trust Him that He is the final judge. That the system has let us down, but God will never, ever let us down. Though the system has failed us, though we fight continually, but you know what? One thing I know, that the race is not given to the swift nor to the strong, but to the one who endures till the end.
There is an online petition calling for an investigation into the New York Police Department, specifically police officers from the Bronx, that stopped a man who got off a bus. Now, according to a witness on the scene, he alleges that the cops asked him to prove that he had paid for the fare on the bus. Well, he pulled out a receipt and showed that, yes, he did in fact pay for it, but the cops did not let him go. And here's what happened.
Look, man. You put your hands on me. Yes, you did, sir. I said, sir.
He didn't do nothing, man. He grabbed him off the bus. Just put his hands on him.
I got all that. I got everything. Why are you still holding me, though?
Let him go, man.
This shit is crazy. I don't know you. This shit is crazy. I'm coming off the bus. You guys, who is that, man? I got a ticket. I got out here. Still holding him. What is this about?
He didn't do nothing, man. He didn't do nothing, man.
Turn around.
He didn't do anything.
Why are you doing this to me, dog? What are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me, yo?
Yo, he didn't do nothing, man. He paid his ticket.
I got everything, man. Why are you doing this to me?
Yo, let him go.
I don't believe this is happening, yo. Yo, help me, somebody. I'm not gonna fucking help me out here. Let's just go watch. Let's just go watch this shit. Let's just go watch this shit. Put my face down, man. Put my face on the floor, dog. No, please don't do this to me. Oh my God, this is so unnecessary. Yo, please don't fuck me up. Don't fuck me up. Ah!
Hell, man.
My
Why
face.
you still doing that?
Ah! My face.
So Daryl Reyes is the person, the witness who caught that all on camera, and I'm really happy that he posted that on Facebook. It immediately went viral. It got about 40,000 views almost immediately, and that's how the petition came about.
So one of our viewers sent this to me, and then I watched the whole 5.5 minute video on Facebook, and then Daily News picked it up and started covering it in New York. And it's interesting because it's not a story that involves extreme police violence. Obviously, the guy puts a knee on his head, and obviously he's in a lot of pain there at the end. And then if you notice, as he was getting up, the cop kicked him a little bit in the head, right? But there's no tasering, nobody got shot, nobody got killed, so it's not a big story. But as you watch the whole video, for some reason, to me, it was more gut-wrenching than some of the worst abuses that we've shown, right? Because the guy clearly didn't do anything wrong. Clearly, from the beginning to the end, they say, hey, give me your ticket, give me your ID. He does. He has the ticket and the ID. He did exactly what he asked them. They still won't let him go. Why won't they let him go? It's maddening. Like, maybe they have reason, but they don't tell him. They don't tell anybody. They just say, no, you look like a perfectly legal citizen, but we're going to hold you here against your will. And then eventually, he understandably starts to lose patience. He's like, you got to let me go. And then when they pin him down and he's screaming like that, you feel like it's such an injustice. Like, here's a guy who got off a bus, did everything right? Works, I don't know anything about the guy, but he, probably came home from work. He was on a bus, right? He came from something. He's going home, and then they just pull you down like that. And it's not just a matter of disrespect, man. It's a matter of, like, it's crushing your soul, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they're harassing someone who did nothing wrong. But let's say, worst case scenario, the cops discover that he didn't actually pay his bus fare. That's not an arrestable offense. Worst case scenario, you give him a citation and he has to go on his way. And that's it. But they allowed it to escalate to that point. Now, the cops started getting physical with him as soon as he got up to walk away from them. He had been sitting there asking them what they're doing and why they are holding him down for a while. A few minutes had gone by, and finally he had had enough, so he decided to get up and walk away. But what I find so interesting about this video is it's another example of cops attacking someone that they feel is probably powerless. And in the grand scheme of things, he probably is powerless. But when we have technology on our side and we can record what these cops are doing, well, all of a sudden we can actually defend the powerless, which is why I'm 100% against cops that try to lobby to make sure that we ban people from filming them when they're on duty. It's absolutely wrong. They're paid public employees. We should hold them accountable, and they should be investigated for what happened in that video.
So let's say in a best case scenario for the cops, they were looking for somebody in specific, and they had to call into headquarters to see if that was the guy. What's the harm in saying that to the guy?
Right.
So that, because remember, it's very likely that he's just a public citizen, like that, and you're supposed to be protecting him, right, from whoever you're looking for, right? That's very likely, right? So why wouldn't you say, hey, listen, I understand, but we got to keep you here for a couple of minutes. But no, you sit down, right? And the minute he understandably gets up and says, and he didn't hit them, he didn't flail his arms, he just got up, right? And then it goes, oh, no, well, that's it. You started resisting, but you weren't even getting arrested. So, but now all of a sudden you are going to get arrested. And you understandably get pissed. And the more pissed you get, the more they abuse you. And then the other cops come in, and then they think, okay, oh, here's a guy down. He must have done something wrong. And then they put the knee to the head, and then they kick you while you're down. It's just when you see a normal guy like that get abused like that, obviously you think it could happen to anybody, right? And it's maddening, man. It's frustrating. Those guys are supposed to serve us, not attack us.
I feel like we come across police brutality stories so often on the show. And I feel bad because I know that there are a number of really great cops out there that do protect us, that are ethical and have real morals when it comes to society and serving us. But at the same time, there has to be something fundamentally wrong within local police departments if they think that this type of behavior is acceptable. I mean, they're doing it knowing that Reyes is filming them while they're in the process of this, and they just don't care. They continue on with it. It's unbelievable to me.
Last thing on this is that I put myself in his shoes, and I kept thinking, what would I do, right? And there's no good answer to that. You either got to eat their shit, right, or you get pounded on, and then you get arrested, and then they blame you, right? And then you got an arrest record, and they say immediately, what are they going to say? Resisting arrest, right? The minute you move, they're going to say assaulting a police officer, right? So what the fuck are you supposed to do? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Fullerton, California police are being investigated for beating a homeless schizophrenic man to death. Okay, the man's name was Kelly Thomas. His father actually used to be a police officer for the department years ago. He's retired. But what ended up happening is police were called to a scene where they believed that the suspect, Kelly Thomas, was burglarizing a vehicle. Okay. One thing led to another. The details are sketchy. We don't know how it escalated to this point, but all of a sudden, 6 police officers start beating him up and tasing him repeatedly.
Is there video of this?
There is video of it, but you don't see him getting beat. You just hear him in the background, and he's yelling, "Dad, Dad, Dad," because his dad was a former police officer. Here's the video that is posted online. Can we turn up the sound, please?
There's more cars already. Look at this.
How you zoom in? That many people in one guy? How you zoom in? Can't. Just go right there by that butt. Oh, just put it over the thing.
Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's like 5 times, baby. Please, 5 times of it. Huh? That's enough. That's like 5 fucking times. We're on the dock.
That's right. He's already down on the ground already. He's getting shot though.
So that's the video that's making its rounds on the internet. Another thing that's making its rounds on the internet is his before and after picture. So there's a photo of him lying. Before we show it, let me just warn you guys, it's extremely graphic. I got sick to my stomach the first time I saw it. So if you're not into that, don't look at this. But there's his before picture. Now let's see his after picture after he got beat by the police.
Oh, God.
Yeah, okay, we've seen enough. So he died 5 days after being beat, and the Fullerton Police Department is being, or the police involved in this are being investigated. 5 of them are reassigned to doing something different. 1 of them is on administrative leave.
Unbelievable. You know, I mean, first of all, the number of taser killings. They're just, I mean, just the problem is that the cops are just overusing this, and they're using it inappropriately, and it's horrible. I mean, I don't know how you justify punching. I mean, you know.
How, as a human being, how do you beat someone to the point where they're incapacitated, where they're bleeding all over the place, where their face is unrecognizable? How do you allow yourself to do that? I mean, in my opinion, these cops are so drunk on power, the people involved in this situation, that they don't even care. Like, you have to be so insensitive to allow it to get to that point.
Look, you know, you know, it's very difficult because in those situations, you don't know if your life is being threatened. You know, you're in there, you're trying to get but that's a question of training. You know, at the end of the day, it's a question of training, and it's also a question of screening. I mean, do we have people on the police force who are not capable of controlling themselves in a situation like that? Who are not able to stop when it's clear the guy is completely incapacitated because he's been tased 5 times and he has no even face left that he's been beaten. I mean, so it's a training issue, and it's also a screening issue, I think, on some level.
And you know, another aspect of the story that's important is the surveillance. Okay, would this story be something that we're talking about today if that video didn't exist? No, and right now, police enforcement throughout the country want to ban citizens from videotaping them on the phone. On the phones. And you know what? That cannot pass. That is unacceptable because this is a situation that otherwise would not be talked about.
Absolutely. We wouldn't even hear of it. There would be no story about it. There would be nothing. Without the video, forget about it. I mean, you saw that, I'm sure you saw that clip of that woman who got arrested for videotaping.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And so, yeah, it's pretty stunning. There's you know, you need to be able to this is one of the most important tools we have to just put a check on these type of abuses. And anybody who believes in good police work also wants this type of check, because this is the way that they can make sure that their police systems are working.
Right.
Because cops are not trained to do this. They're trained specifically not to do this. They're not trained to kill people. And so this is an indication that there's been a breakdown, and these people probably should not be cops.
I agree. I could not agree more.
Hands up! Take him on the wrist so I can get him out. Do not move! Hey, driver, do not move! Shit, car's moving. I got it! Go ahead. Get on the ground! Stop resisting, motherfucker! Stop resisting, motherfucker! Oh! 692, we're getting in custody right now for 43. All right, we found some insulin in his pocket. Roll 52, tell him to expedite. He's semi-conscious. I got him. Thank you. Anybody hurt, guys? What about you, Troop? You good? Yeah, I see that. Hey, we got medical coming through. If you can.
What are you doing? Chill out, buddy. Get on camera. Get on camera. Everybody, back up. Back up. Hey, give us some room, please. Thank you. Back up. In the beginning. Back up, please. You guys created this scene. Jaywalk. I haven't done anything. I'm not doing anything. Jaywalk. You're gonna break my fingers, man. I'm fighting across the street, man. I know I'm not gonna win it because you motherfuckers. You guys are motherfuckers. I'm not gonna win it. Come on, Jaywalk again. Let's do it. Come on, kid. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes, the show starts.
Let's go.
I'll get one more thing you come to there.
Stop taking photos and leave. Hey, I'm in my right. I can take any photos I want. That's what I'm giving
Can I help you, sir?
No, just observing.
You live here?
Nope.
Turn that off for me.
Why do I have to turn it off? I'm perfectly within my legal rights to be able to do this.
Turn off the camera for me.
I'm perfectly within my legal rights to do this, sir.
Listen, turn off the camera for me.
No, sir, I am within my legal
You don't
rights
live
to
here.
do this.
If
I
you-
do live here.
You don't live
I just
here,
said
dude.
I live here.
Get over here.
Hey,
Get on the ground.
What the hell are
Get
you
on the
doing,
ground.
man? What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing, man?
On your stomach.
God damn it. Stop it. Hey! What are you kicking the camera for?
On your stomach. Stop resisting.
Now.
Stop now. On your back, bro.
On your back. I'm resisting. Stop. Please. Help! Help! Help here! Help! 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 Help!
Hey, come on, guys. You already kicked my ass pretty good now.
Help! Help! Help!
Oh my God, all my neighbors are aware.
Well, good.
You got handcuffs, actually. What am I under arrest for?
Obstructing a police officer.
Except for the police officer. Yep. Can you take your head out, please?
Shut up.
I can't breathe. Please come on.
Trespass. Trespass. And you can't video from there. Oh. Oh. Well, yeah, buddy. Hey, when you don't do what I asked you to do, then you're in a world of hurt. Then you're in a world of hurt, aren't you? Huh? Sit up. Sit down. Sit up. Yeah. Put your feet out from under you. Is there anybody in the house? No. Please don't do that. You do not have permission to enter my house. I'm not going in your house, am I? Here, I'll show you my ID. You want to look? You guys didn't even search me yet. All right.
Whoa. What the hell? Is he doing that, Brad, or what? Wow. Holy.
Oh, good job, dude.
Stop taking photos and leave. Hey, I'm in my right. I can take any photos I want.
What? Stop taking photographs of him.
It's not illegal. Yeah, I'm gonna take it too. That's what I'm getting for. I can't believe they're intimidating you, sir, either. I know. It's astounding.
Daddy got involved.
Cops in Moore, Oklahoma beat a man to death even though he did absolutely nothing wrong. Now, a family of 3 were walking out of a movie theater. Now, it was a husband, wife, and their 19-year-old daughter. The wife and the daughter got into some sort of argument, and the argument ended with the wife slapping her across her face. Then she felt very upset about it and started walking toward the car. As she was doing that, her husband, Luis Rodriguez, was following her to the car. Now, at that point, police arrived to the scene because they were already there for some unrelated incident, and they started asking him questions. The way that it ended is apparently they had asked him for ID. That's what the police is alleging. And Luis Rodriguez told them, hey, mind your own business. This is a family issue. It's a family matter. He refused to give them ID. And then they proceeded to beat him and spray his face with pepper spray. Now, we have a video that we're about to show you that's very, very difficult to watch. It is graphic, but it's the video that his wife was taking as the police were beating him up. And you can hear her screaming and asking if he's still alive. Take a quick look.
Luis, please. Luis, please.
Calm down, sir.
Luis, are you okay?
He's fine.
Is he bleeding?
I'm bleeding. All right, that's me. But I've got medical here. They're come check him out, make sure he's okay.
Papa.
Here, I need you to get this. I'm not going to go through your stuff. Get your ID out for me, okay? What I want you to do, I want you to move right here. I want you to have a seat right on this floor, okay?
I'm recording
That's
because
fine. You can record from over here, okay?
Papa! Is he okay? He doesn't move!
They've got him. They're going to take care of him.
He doesn't move! You kill him! You kill him!
Let's get medical attention right now. I just need to stay over here.
You're killing my husband!
He was completely unarmed, no knife, no weapon, no gun. He stopped breathing when they put him onto the emergency truck, and they got him to the hospital. He was in stable condition momentarily, and then he stopped breathing again. He died as a result of this, and the daughter did talk to the press. She said 5 guys got on top of him, beating him ruthlessly on the head, just pow, 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 even with knees. When they flipped him over, you could see all the blood on his face. He was disfigured. You couldn't recognize him.
Man, they always go to like nuclear reaction. Not always, I know, but so many stories where, okay, there's 5 of you. The guy didn't give you ID. You don't even, you were called in because of a dispute between the mom and the daughter, but you immediately go to the guy. You don't know that he did anything wrong. In fact, the only information you have is that it doesn't involve him at all, right? If you have any information, it's not about him. But you've got, okay, well, because the biggest crime in America is, in their minds, disrespecting the police. Like, not that whatever you were called onto the scene for, not a crime that the guy committed, but you didn't listen to me for a second, or you said, hey, I'm in the middle of a family affair. This doesn't, how dare you? 5 of us, let's pummel you to death, which is literally what they did here.
And they're like, he didn't give ID. So what? Like, so what? Literally, so what? Like, you have all the time in the world. You can arrest him if you want, you know? At some point, you just say to him, put your arms behind your back, and you put cuffs on him, and you go through his wallet. I mean, like, you know, which is probably, that's even unnecessary, but everybody could go home after that event.
So
you know?
They did release a police report, and I read it, and the police are alleging that they did attempt to arrest him after he refused to show them ID, and that he, quote, took a fighting stance. And that was when the cops went after him. And I watched that video over and over again to kind of analyze it and pick up on little hints and clues. And if you notice, there's a point where he's just on the floor. He's not moving at all. And you hear one of the cops say, calm down, sir, because you can, he knows that the wife is taking footage of it, right? He's calm down. He's not even moving. And they're trying to make a point that, no, this guy is dangerous. And then you also hear him say, another cop say, no, I'm the one bleeding.
Yeah, where you get all the blood. Like, no, I'm bleeding. No, he's bleeding from the head, and he's going to die.
You know, these cases of excessive force, in the rearview mirror, they just look so hideous, you know? And the thing is, the public pays and trains and entrusts these people to be professionals. They know more about the use of force than I do, but I do know that we all have a fight or flight mechanism. And when 5 dudes are on top of you with their knees, their arms, you can't breathe, you go into a fight or flight behavior, which is, I'm fucking dying here. I can't breathe. I'm on my back. They've got their knees on me, my head, my thing. It's like we've seen this over and over and over again. And it's not so much it's not so much disrespecting them. It's trying to breathe. It's trying to survive some crazy thing that just happened to you. One moment you're walking out of a mall. Next thing you know, 5 people, men, are leaning on your lungs while you're laying on the parking lot. And that, to me, is like that, the poorly trained cop, that's the point. And that's why it's like we want them to know better.
If you know it, how can they not know it? How does
that's exactly the point I thought after this story, because I have always assumed, obviously incredibly naively, that they got good training, and that whenever they did these excessive force stories we cover, that those guys were knuckleheads and they were whatever it might be. They didn't listen while they were getting trained. They were roid raging. I don't know what it is, right? But I'm now beginning to wonder what the hell training they get. Yeah. Because this is so systemic, and it happens again and again and again. And you would think that they would train people to say, hey, listen, when you got 5 guys on top of a guy, his natural reaction is going to want to get up, right? Because he can't breathe. So don't flip out and keep pounding him in the head, because some people, could take a lot of that. Some people die after you pound them in the head or cut off their lungs for a short period of time, right? So we don't want people dying on us, especially if we don't know what they did. So here's your proper training. And I'm now beginning to believe that we're not doing that effectively across the country.
In the aftermath of all of this, 3 of the cops have been placed they've been suspended with pay. There is an investigation, and the investigation was taken over by the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, so they're looking into it. However, the head of the police force there is basically sticking up for them and saying, hey, you know what, they were following protocol. So that's already bad news if he's trying to justify their behavior there.
Well, if I'm running that town and the head of police says they're following protocol, then I'm thinking about firing him, because apparently your protocol sucks. Yeah. Apparently your protocol is incredibly dangerous. And if I'm the mayor of that city or whatever happens to me, I got to protect my citizens. And I got, like Brian said, you're supposed to be the professionals protecting them, not harming them. And if your protocol is every time there's any kind of issue, 5 officers show up and pound the crap out of some guy until he dies, well, then it's not their fault. It's your fault for having that protocol.
Okay. Oh! Okay. Oh! I'm gonna tell you something. Wait, I'm gonna tell you something. Wait, I'm gonna tell you something that you don't know. When I sell weed, I'm on like the low of bathing the popo. And I'll tell you some shit that's crazy and amazing. If we had a policeman wife, when they fuck, it'd be making bacon.
I'm sick of these rappers that act all homo. I bet you let's get born and watch this in slow-mo. Listen up! We're okay with you guys doing raps and stuff, okay? But just keep it quiet and don't cause too much of a ruckus. Cool with that?
Team, I got a Hail Mary, hell yeah. Be baddest, be happening, backwoods, background, back around the mountain, B-town, Bucktown, back to my town. Who's a hater now? Who's a punk hater now? Who's hating who? Hell no. I ain't a punk hater, I ain't this, I ain't that. I got a bunch of cool friends. We can all be a punk bunch of together, be what they call that word punk hater. We only use that word when a real meaning of the real name coming up to who, man? Bunch of cool friends, cool cats. Got a bunch of cool friends, got a bunch of real punks that are real friends that love punk rock. That's what I mean when I say punk. I love punk rock, punk rack. I love the racks the girls have. I love rap metalists, rap slash. I love the Disney music. I like the hymnal, Hail Mary, hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Benjamin. That was amazing.
What?
That was amazing. I want to hear some more from you. I hope you come by our town.
Be a hater, be known. Beware around P-Town, Bucktown, back around the mountain, back down, back and in this town, back and forth, in and out, new member, moving in town, in and out, new members. We gotta behave, be cool, be cool cats. Gotta underneath the baseball caps. Be chewing gum, walking down the street, looking good, cleaned up. Everybody had them behaving. It's just when we get caught up in the moment where people coming up for no reason, coming up with this twisted shit, the stuff we hate, the sickness, the things that people hurt and crush their hearts and break away from the sin, the hate, the break. I hate the break.
He shot again, and once my friend felt that shot, he turned around and he put his hands in the earth, and he started to get down, but the officer still approached with his weapon drawn, and he fired several more shots.
No justice, no peace. Instantly, hundreds gathered, angered and saddened by what they call a complete overreaction by the officer. Now a family is demanding answers.
If there's no justice, there won't be peace. We'll let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us let the struggle go. If there's no justice, there won't be peace. We'll let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us make the struggle go on.
Tell myself it's gonna get better in due time. Between love and hate, it's a thin line. Not a day I ain't still trying. No matter what I do, my people still die. Make me go harder, baby, I still grind. Keep blocking the light, baby, I still shine. Can't take away days I see my mama cry. So right up the ladder, I continue to climb. Although it's no justice for real. Stereotypes just because the gold grill. Can't get a job, although I got no felonies. No, ain't no other way, homie, what you telling me? My brother need this, little sister need that. OG and Cigarello, I needed to relax. White t-shirt, STL on the hat. That's how most of us rock. Still ain't no love in my city. Why?
Justice, there won't be peace. We'll let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us let the struggle go. If there's no justice, there won't be peace. We'll let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us make the struggle go.
It's heavy on my heart, I gotta get it. You ask me where I'm going on a mission. Love the city where I'm from, but they don't love me back. Is it cause my pants sag and my skin black? Maybe the tattoos too many, hey, I don't know. Will I get harassed today? I swear I never know. I'm just trying to finish school and make my mama proud. Made her smile when I told her I'm in college now. All the people trying to stop me, they can't hold me down. Like they say, what goes around gon' come back around. That's why I focus on the plan, gotta make a path. I'm a leader, not a follower that understands. Yeah, when it's my time, I'ma go. Until it is, I'm living every day with hope. Ask me why I wrote this song, it's weighing on my soul. Both hands up, we won't ever let it go. R.I.P. my friend.
There won't be peace. We'll let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us let the struggle go. If there's no justice, there won't be peace. Oh, let the struggle go on. Let the struggle go. Watch us make the struggle go on.
R.I.P. Mike Brown. Hands up, don't shoot.
Don't shoot.
Gotta get justice for you.
For you.
STL, stand up.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just plow through this. How was your weekend, Jenny?
Spend it holding a fireplace poker and protecting my property. So why don't we skip the chit-chat and talk about some weekend events?
Enrollment is open for the annual 5K holiday fun run. If you're looking for a good job, it's being called the most superior race in town. Now, what would you run?
Downtown on December 9th, the Blackies are performing. I'm sorry, the Blackies. I'm truly.
I'm going to continue speaking quickly so I don't think about that moment.
Okay, I just thought of someone that's not us. Let's go to Trisha Darby with a traffic report. Trisha, how's the traffic out there? Bad.
This episode of It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine was made possible by contributions from slaves like you. Thank you very much.
Wait. What? We cannot break bread with you. Huh? Becky, what's going on? Wednesday! You have taken the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes, on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will sell our bracelets by the roadside. You will play golf and enjoy hot hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stick shifts. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims, especially Sarah Miller. Gary, she's changing the words. And for all these reasons, I've decided to scalp you and burn your village to the ground.
It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine.
guys, and welcome to another edition of It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine, the show where cops' lives don't matter.
Who wants to be a cop? I want to shoot at cops. I don't want to be one.
Good point. I am your host, Stimulator, and as we reported here last week, on Monday, November 24th, the long-awaited grand jury decision was announced in Ferguson, Missouri. Liberals who steadfastly maintained their faith in the so-called justice system got a rude awakening when it was announced that racist fucking pig Darren Wilson would not be charged for the murder of unarmed black youth Michael Brown.
Everything was presented, everything was given to the grand jury, it was all put in front of them, and the 12 people made a decision that based upon all that evidence, that as tragic as this is, it was not a crime. It was not one that where charges should have been filed.
But for most peeps, this decision was already a foregone fucking conclusion. In the week leading up to the announcement, Missouri's head cracker, Governor Jay Nixon, had declared a preemptive state of emergency and deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers, along with a giant fucking contingent of local and county police, to try to keep shit on lock. Not exactly something you do unless you know that shit's about to hit the fucking fan.
If people are violent or threaten property, then resources will be used to manage the issues.
And yet, despite this heavy display of brute fucking force, the motherfucking resistance in Ferguson were well aware that the eyes of the whole fucking world were on them. And true to what we come to expect, they did not disappoint.
We got a stash here, some New Amsterdam Citron vodka, and an orange mixer. If you could pan down and show that.
Hey, man, fuck you, fuck me.
All right, we heard that. Excuse us, those watching at home. This is live television. What about all the people that have these masks on like that guy? How many people are covering themselves? Uh-oh. All right, as you can see, we lost Steve Harrigan's shot.
That camera got knocked out.
That camera got knocked out.
Yeah, I'm tired of being peaceful and tired of being calm. You know, they've been going to war on us for over 400 years. So, hey, I ain't peaceful. I ain't no protester. I'm violent.
Immediately following the announcement of the grand jury decision, angry crowds began pelting lines of riot cops with projectiles, then quickly set to work smashing up a nearby police cruiser. As the pig moved in to disperse the crowds with volleys of tear gas and rubber bullets, the protesters spread out and the city was transformed into a fucking war zone. What followed were the most intense riots that the city has seen since Michael Brown's murder. Dozens of gunshots were reportedly fired in the direction of cops. Members of the parasitic corporate media were attacked and chased off. Stores were looted. And several pigmobiles and more than a dozen buildings, including a local car dealership, were lit the fuck up.
Dr. King's policy was that nonviolence would achieve the gains for black people in the United States. His major assumption was that if you are nonviolent, if you suffer, your opponent will see your suffering and will be moved to change his heart. That's very good. He only made one fallacious assumption. In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience.
As shit was popping off in Ferguson, solidarity protests erupted in major cities across the U.S. Highways were blocked in Seattle, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and Oakland, where the motherfucking resistance set a massive bonfire in the middle of the road, right next to Interstate 580. In New York, demonstrators shut down the Triborough and Manhattan bridges, leading to scuffles with the fuzz. Large demonstrations also took to the streets in Boston, Dallas, Denver, and Washington, D.C.
First of all, if you're going to talk about a revolutionary situation, you have to have people who are physically able to wage revolution, who are physically able to organize and physically able to do all that is done.
The riots in Ferguson continued the following night, despite the deployment of additional National Guard troops and the stern tongue-clucking of dipshit corporate media pundits. Over the course of the night, another pigmobile was flipped over and set alight with Molotov cocktails. Several more businesses were looted and burned to the ground, and 2 FBI agents were shot and injured as they attempted to storm a barricaded building on the outskirts of town.
I said 6 years ago that Obama was going to stir up race war in America. I'm on record saying it, let's not exaggerate, probably 3,000 or 4,000 times. I said a couple times a week. You do that, that's at least 300, 400, 500, maybe 1,000 times. I don't know. Conservatively 500 times. I don't know.
You've probably heard me say it so much you're sick of hearing it. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist.
Meanwhile, solidarity protests continued to spread and intensify, as militant tactics employed in one city on Monday night were taken up by the motherfucking resistance in other cities on Tuesday. And with disruptive protests reportedly held in over 170 locations across the U.S. In Oakland, militants raised up flaming barricades, looted stores, and fought the pigs. Despite a tactical alert put in place by the LAPD, things also got rowdy in Los Angeles, where protesters built makeshift concrete barricades, blocked the highway, and hurled projectiles at police lines. One pig was injured when he was hit in the face with a frozen water bottle. Rowdy protesters also swarmed and overtook a police cruiser before turning it into a makeshift trampoline, in scenes reminiscent of a Lakers riot. In Minneapolis, a psychopathic fucking motorist drove his car right into a crowd of demonstrators before being swarmed by pissed off peeps and forced to make a hasty retreat. Amazingly, nobody was seriously harmed in the incident, although one woman who was struck by the vehicle suffered minor injuries and was taken to the hospital as a precaution. Undeterred, protesters continued on with their march and ended things up by blocking the northbound lanes of Highway 55. Highways and major roads were also blocked in St. Louis, Atlanta, Nashville, Portland, Dallas, Denver, Baltimore, and Cleveland, where protesters demonstrated in solidarity with Ferguson and against the recent police killing of 12-year-old black youth Tamir Rice. In New York, protesters squared off against the NYPD as they successfully blocked the Williamsburg, Manhattan, and Brooklyn bridges.
The anger, the level of voices has only gotten louder, and they pick people up along the way. And as you can hear, they don't exactly love CNN either. These people are willing to protest anything.
Since Wednesday night, the riots in Ferguson have died down, although the movement that they have inspired has continued to spread like wildfire, with rallies and marches spilling over the border into cities across Canada and even as far as the UK. On Thursday, activists in New York disrupted the annual Colonial Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, leading to yet more scuffles with the NYPD as militants stormed barricades and ran into the street. And on Black Friday, the most sacred holiday of American consumerism, protests and actions were held across the country in solidarity with Mike Brown and striking Walmart workers. Malls and big box stores were blockaded across the country, and in the Mission District of San Francisco, militants smashed up several windows of high-end stores and made the pigs look like total fucking jackasses. Check this shit out.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
These coordinated economic disruptions, coupled with a national boycott campaign organized under the slogan, "Not One Dime," appear to have had a huge fucking effect, with Black Friday sales reportedly down 11% compared to last year, a loss of nearly $1 billion fucking dollars. More recently, activists in Ferguson have begun a 7-day, 120-mile trek across Missouri to pay a visit to the house of Governor Jay Nixon. And a number of other creative campaigns are springing up, such as the Hands Up Walkout actions, where organizers have encouraged peeps to walk off their jobs and out of classrooms on campuses across the U.S. And finally, Darren Wilson, the Gomer Pyle-looking motherfucker at the center of these protests, resigned on Monday, a week after the grand jury announcement, apparently in response to the credible threats to the safety of his fellow pigs at the Ferguson Police Department. Wilson's resignation may be considered a victory by some, but it will likely do fuck all to stem the movement that has sprung up in response to his murderous actions. Now that the genie's out of the bottle and peeps are starting to come together to demand real racial justice, those in power in the United Snakes are going to have to deal with a lot more Fergusons in the coming weeks, months, and years. 10 years ago, Submedia.tv published a melodramatic and cheesy-ass romantic flick called Join the Resistance, Fall in Love, inspired by the writings of Crime Think. This marked a turn in Submedia's bland-ass politics into a full-fledged anarchist cinema making machine. Since then, it has published over 200 videos that have been watched by millions of people around the world, including this fucking show.
Ayo, Bo knows sick, and Bo knows that, but Bo don't know jack, cause Bo can't rap, well what do you know? The dead dog is first up to bat, no batteries included and no strings attached, no holds barred, no time for move faking, got to get the loot so I can bring home the bacon. Brothers front, they say the drop can't flow, but we've been known to do the impossible like Broadway Joe, so sleep if you want like who will help you get your Z's true, but here's the real scoop. I'm all that and then some. Thought that can hear some, bust a nut inside your eye to show you where I come from. I'm vexed, human. I've had it up to here. My days of paying dues are over. Acknowledgement is in there. Yeah. Head for the border, go get a taco. I see record from the jump street, meaning from the get-go. Sit back, relax, and let yourself go. Don't sweat what you heard, but act like you know.
So, to find out more about this mysterious anarchist media outfit, I bring you Franklin Lopez, a video ninja with Submedia.tv. Hey Frank, how the fuck are you?
I'm doing great.
So, isn't this a little self-serving, interviewing yourself on your own fucking show?
Yes.
Okay, enough with the pixelated shit. Can we see your fucking face?
Sure. Is that better?
I guess. So, why did you start making anarchist films?
Well, back in 2001, when 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center, a lot of folks, and myself included, were really freaked out by the prospect of war and Bush bombing a bunch of brown peeps who had nothing to do with the World Trade Center situation. And so I joined the local indie media in Atlanta, Georgia, to help provide coverage to this new and growing anti-war movement that was springing up out of the 9/11 thing. And it was there that I met my first anarchists. And these folks introduced me to this amazing philosophy of liberation. And they also introduced me to some really amazing films. Mainly, the 2 examples that I like are Crowd Bites Wolf from Guerrilla Vision and Breaking the Spell from Tim Lewis. And these films changed my life forever. They changed my perspective about what being a filmmaker is, like the limits that you can push when we're making films. And from that moment on, I decided this is what I want to do. I want to make anarchist films.
And what the fuck was Submedia doing before that?
Back in '95, Submedia made its first film. It was called Steel and Stone, A Story of Survival, and it retells the story of a woman who survived a sexual assault. We also made a CD-ROM. Remember CD-ROMs? We made a CD-ROM called Encyclopedia that provided videos and information about the cannabis plant, with the hopes of overturning laws that criminalize pot users. And we just really wanted people to be able to get high and not go to jail. And we also made a long-form documentary about anti-capitalist nonprofit indie rock label called Damon Records. Back then, I was also a club VJ, and I made visuals for raves, for nightclubs, but also for experimental theater plays and for dance troops.
Curious, what the fuck was your VJ name?
The Stimulator.
What the fuck? Anyway, why all the fucking riot porn?
Well, it's not just riot porn. For the past, 20 years now, if you count the period before we were anarchists, we've made films about indigenous struggles. We made films about pot, as I said. We made films about migrant struggles, about the Olympics, environmental issues, and even a feature-length film about civilization called NCIV. There's a lot of really good video activists out there that focus on police brutality. And don't get me wrong, that's a really good thing to focus on. Police are a brutal institution. But I think there's a little bit too much of that. There's a little bit too much of us seeing ourselves and getting our asses kicked on the screen. And one thing that I learned from like films like Breaking the Spell is that we can actually take charge of the narrative. And when we do win, we should actually highlight that. the mainstream media already denigrates us on a daily basis, and so I want to make films that lift the spirits of people fighting, that celebrate our cultural resistance, and that generally, show us that we can also win.
And how the fuck do you make this happen? I mean, get paid for making anarchist films.
Well, it depends what you mean by getting paid. Like back in 2008, Submedia started accepting donations on the website, and I was pretty surprised that enough money was coming in that we could pay our bills and buy tacos and beer every so often. But with the little that we make, we were able to make it happen every month, and it has proved that one could potentially make really radical films with like undiluted, like anarchist content, and not get censored, and actually like exist in this awful capitalist world. And so, we can play as much riot porn as we want. We can curse as much as we want. And again, like at the end of the day, when we finish our work here, what you see is uncensored, pretty raw, like anarchist cinema. And so, what I would say to filmmakers out there who espouse this politics is that you could potentially do this. You can potentially make films without being beholden to careerism or film festivals or studio bosses or TV networks, and actually reach thousands of people like we do every month.
So, Submedia is releasing a best of DVD. Why the fuck are you using this outdated format?
Well, I guess when you create media for the internet, you have nothing tangible to show for. It's just like zeros and ones, like floating out there in cyberspace. And it's been a lot of hard work for the past 10 years. So we wanted to create something tangible, something that maybe it's a little pat in our back, that we feel proud of. But we also wanted to have something that people could actually hold in their hands. And so this DVD has a booklet with about 20 pages with like full color stills from the best films that we consider our best films from the past 10 years. But also the DVD, it's a format that can still be used for communities who don't have like high speed internet. And so even though we're going to sell this DVD on the website to recoup our costs and also help fund our projects for 2015 and beyond, we're also going to give it away for free as a download on our website on December 19th, with the hope that if people like the content and like the DVD, that they download the DVD, burn it in their home DVD burners, and print out the booklet and the label, and are able to share it with their friends with little or no cost at all.
So, what's up for the next 10 years?
Well, we're expanding. More and more people are collaborating with us on our videos. We have plans to keep making the show in the old way that we were doing it, about twice a month, and maybe grow to like 4 times a month, and if we can hack it. We're releasing a video collaboration with Frank Think early in 2015, and we are going to be engaging in a bunch of short film projects called "What Are We Fighting For?", where anarchists and other freedom fighters tell us the story of their struggles, and a long-term feature-length project with the working title Libertad that is going to attempt to tell the story of anarchy.
Thanks, Frank. And that'll does it for this edition of It's the End of the World as We Know It and I Feel Fine. Thanks a lot to all the slaves who opted out of the Black Friday shopping frenzy, and transfer me a few ducats so that I can feast on tacos this festive season. Kirk, Terry, Sydney, Marcine, Charles, Renzo, Thomas, Erica, Max, Preston, Tom, Audrey, Alexander, Desolation Surf Club, The Wongs, Sarah, Gregory, Peter, William, Christoph, Edward, Jonathan, Morris, Stephen, Miguel, Patrick, CJ Mack, NK, Christian, Kyle, Dylan, Shannon, Francois, Valentin, Yahe, Anders, Liam, Justin, and Evelyn, Tehuino, and super hot sauce gratitude to the newest members of the Ta Conspiracy. Keith, Scott, Shiva, Miguel, Steven, Carpe Locos Collective, Julia, Justina, and Manola Molcajete. Also want to let you motherfuckers know that Submedia TV's DVD, A Decade of Subversion, is now available for pre-order with an expected ship date of December 15th. So head on over to submedia.tv/shop and order your copy today. If you're a fucking broke, we will make the whole fucking thing available for download on December 19th for free. And remember to send me shoplifting tips this holiday season. Subscribe to my email list and podcast. Or to watch hundreds of free videos, just visit my fucking website, stimulator.tv. And here's to another of anarchist rockers.
We're taking a look at the clashes between the police and the people they're sworn to protect, with questions of race and inequality swirling at the center. But the answers are not always black and white. Our Byron Pitts delves into these thorny issues with a personal journey to his hometown of Baltimore for the first installment of ABC's week-long series, Race, Justice in America.
Once again tonight, as temperatures fall across America, Tempers are rising. Protesters scream. Parents pleading. The mother of that black 12-year-old boy killed in Cleveland, gunned down by a white policeman who mistook the child's toy gun for a real one, the moment caught on surveillance.
What would you like to see happen right now?
That the police be accountable for what they did to my son.
Die-ins for New York's Eric Garner. Hands up, don't shoot for Ferguson, Missouri's Michael Brown. Sports stars like LeBron James making their own statement. In these cases and others, the optics scream America's old wound of race and justice has been reopened. Again today, the president weighed in, this time on Black entertainment television.
I want my grandsons to be treated like anybody else's grandsons.
But is it that simple? Eric Garner's widow said no on Meet the Press Sunday.
I don't even feel like it's a black and white thing, honestly.
If what has our nation convulsing from New York to L.A., Washington to Atlanta is more complicated than race, no place is it more complicated than Baltimore, America's 26th largest city. The political and the powerful pass it by in the comfort of fast-moving trains. Be more. My beloved hometown, known for the Inner Harbor, the Orioles, crab cakes. Turn around. And for better or worse, HBO's The Wire. An edgy police drama, a supposed fictional look at a city ravaged by crime and corruption after all those with means to leave did. Much of what The Wire portrayed is real.
This is the area I grew up in. My old high school's over there. Archbishop Curley High School.
I go home to Baltimore often.
What role, if any, does race play in that dynamic here in Baltimore?
We absolutely have to let race go. Like we often joke that when nobody's white, nobody's black, we're all blue.
Excuse me. I did speak, and I did ask you a question, right?
Distrust between the public and police is palpable.
They don't look at us as people. They just see the uniform and see police officers.
We spent several days and nights with cops on the street. A call goes out for a cop in need of backup. Plainclothes and uniformed officers speed to the scene, guns drawn. Turns out it was one teenager stopped on suspicion of drug possession. That show of force made neighbors livid.
The people, the innocent bystanders, and I mean like the pedestrians that want to stand around and walk through, we get harassed the most.
There's such a police presence in this area because it's so violent. You actually really didn't need 20 police officers there, but everybody came.
That's Lieutenant Joel Fry. This is his unit.
And you make no apologies for that show of force, right? Absolutely not. I mean, because our safety is paramount. I mean, I've seen plenty of police get hurt and even killed because we didn't have that show of force. And I'm not going to apologize for that.
Lieutenant Fry is white. Baltimore is a predominantly black city. But it turns out here the tension isn't just race. The police department is 41% black. The police commissioner and the mayor, both African American. And look at this. One of the many cameras set up across the city captures a black police officer punching a black man. The officer was charged with assault and is now on leave. The latest in a series of questionable encounters. The city of Baltimore has paid out $5.7 million in the last 4 years to settle more than 100 cases of alleged police brutality.
Is it black and white or is it black versus blue? I think it's a little bit of both. That legacy of race still exists. It does. It does. The level of trust has increased, but it continues to take dips down. A lot of people are doing the sort of things that need to be done.
Like me, Kwesi Nfume grew up in Baltimore. He's seen the city from many vantage points. A high school dropout and former gangbanger, he went on to graduate college, becoming a U.S. congressman and national president of the NAACP.
I've never been to a city in America
where there seems to be as much animosity as there is between the citizenry of Baltimore with the Baltimore Police Department. How do you explain that?
I explain it through history. We had some tough police commissioners who would bust your head, throw you in jail, plant drugs on you, lock you up for no reason.
And yeah, Camden Park, that's over here. This area is gorgeous.
A big part of Police Commissioner Anthony Batts' job is to change that narrative. The former police chief of Oakland, he came to Baltimore 2 years ago.
I think in certain parts of the community we're seen as occupying army. We got to be honest and open about that, and we got to change that. And what I have to do is give the officers the skills and the abilities to start shifting and changing that, opening up conversations, communication, and you hear me say this a lot, and listen to the people.
Batts was hired by Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake. A native Baltimorean, she sees the connection between crime and public mistrust, but also a shrinking city and shrinking resources. In the past 50 years, Baltimore has lost nearly 1/3 of its population. You drive through Baltimore. It is heartbreaking what you see. How do you explain that?
It's not rocket science. We've had years of disinvestment, years of flight. It should not matter what neighborhood that you grow up or that your parents live in. That should not determine your ability to go to a state-of-the-art school, and that's what we're going to have for Baltimore's kids for now and in the future. So we have to do that in order to attract families and to make sure that families stay in Baltimore.
Economics and education aside, public safety is still her biggest worry.
There's some things that you get a do-over. And with the homicide, you don't. If you lose a life, that life is gone. And I know what it's like. My family's been impacted personally. My cousin was killed last year.
Adult male shot in the back of the head.
There have been 200 homicides in Baltimore this year. Most often the victim and the perpetrator are black. During our ride-along, it didn't take long to come across our first murder scene of the night. A man shot to death at a gas station.
They're still collecting evidence and trying to get witness statements to find out exactly what happened.
Not far away, another man shot in a park. The victim's brother showed up.
No, not right now.
Their voice is rarely heard on the national stage. Instead, they seethe in small community hearings. Here, a family grieving over a relative killed in police custody lashes out at the mayor and police chief. The anger not over racial bias, but a perceived abuse of power. To a proud son of this city, the discourse is heartbreaking, and there is so much work to be done. But I see hope in the smallest of ways.
What is your husband?
I met Dale Hargrave. We graduated high school the same year. After a career in the military, he moved back home.
What do you make of what's going on here? I like it. I think it's a long time coming. We worked hard on trying to get developers, big and small. It's been very successful. I know some people still have misgivings about gentrification and all that.
But he proudly welcomes his newest neighbor.
So this is a 3-story house.
37-year-old Shea Frederick is an engineer. He bought his house for $9,000.
This will end up being a big master bedroom with a master bath.
It's an investment like Shea's that will help make change.
This is likely a drug house or a drop house.
Definitely was. I probably took a good 5-gallon bucket of crack vials out of this house.
Wow.
I found a double-barrel sawed-off shotgun in the wall just back there.
In the wall?
Yeah.
Usable?
Well, it was a little rusty, but I imagine it could have been.
Like many corners of America, my hometown has its own troubled history with race and justice. But there is a sense here things are improving. The racial divide still exists, just not as wide, nor as deep.
For those who would say there were deserts in Baltimore before you got here, there'll be deserts when you leave.
Hope when my time comes that it's a better police department serving the community in a better way, and it will grow. Then the next person comes on and they will build upon that foundation, and then the next person will build upon that foundation. And hopefully in the next 20 or 30 years is that I get to prove you wrong when we come back and you say, I don't think Baltimore can do this. And I can say, your Baltimore, where you were born, has done this.
In Baltimore, I'm Byron Pitts for Nightline.
Ferguson, Missouri has become a microcosm of the racial tension in America today, and the result of Darren Wilson's grand jury investigation has made things much worse by highlighting injustice that exists in the African American community. Joining me now to talk about this is blogger Chauncey DeVega. Chauncey, you did what we're all, the media should do, and that's to actually read what Darren Wilson had to say in his report. Unfortunately, most people didn't do that. Most people didn't actually pay much attention to what he actually said because it tells us an awful lot. As you talk about this, how about broadening it? And let's talk about, in general, do these facts sound like what we usually see when a police officer commits homicide? I mean, isn't this just a blueprint? Take it from your reading of this.
Darren Wilson was either possessed of a fever dream of white racism when he wrote and gave his testimony to the grand jury, or he was coached by his attorneys to come up with such an unfathomably outrageous version of events that would be better suited for a remake of Birth of the Nation at a summer stock theater by the KKK or by neo-Nazis. It is. If you actually sit down and read what he wrote, here is just some samples, instead of what the drive-by media has offered, from folks who've actually sat down and read Darren Wilson's testimony. He described Michael Brown as a giant Negro, and this is very, very important. He said that Michael Brown was so large and so strong that when he grabbed him, he felt like he was being held by Hulk Hogan, and he was reduced to a 5-year-old. He said that Michael Brown had the ability to duck down his head and run through bullets while making feral grunting noises. Apparently, Michael Brown also talks like a blaxploitation actor from a bad movie in the 70s, because he apparently beats Darren Wilson, who, interestingly enough, if you look at the video, has no injuries to his face. It looks like he just got up, woke up, and went out. No visible injuries, but apparently this monstrous, giant Michael Brown hits him with so much force that he's afraid for his life. And the more general context is, as I said, we have two options here. Either Darren Wilson actually believes these profoundly racist things, we would call this implicit bias. He was coached to say these ridiculous things, which is very likely, or some combination of the two. We know that justice isn't
okay.
blind.
Let me stop you right there, because that's a lot of material. Here's where I see this. You've reported on these types of incidents before. Let's take what we just talked about and let's broaden it to the police community in general. We know that what has to happen is the police officer has to somehow give the impression that they were concerned about their life or the lives of others. Plug in because we see that virtually in every report that surfaces like this, that usually surfaces weeks after the homicide. In other words, it takes place, they look at the forensic evidence, they try to make the story fit the forensic evidence. So let's take that one part that with the Wilson testimony that says, gee, I was objectively very, very concerned for my own life and the life of others. Talk about that.
Well, what happens here is, as you smartly pointed out, you change your narrative to try to fit made-up facts in order to find yourself in a position where you'll be exonerated. So it's very, very difficult for police in any case to ever be found guilty of committing murder, of any sort of impropriety, especially when it's against a person of color. But what Darren Wilson did, and his attorneys counseled him to do, is come up with this exaggerated and bizarre story of a crazed black teenager who apparently attacks police officers. Any black or brown person knows never to attack a police officer, never mind talk back to them. Then you can create this exaggerated sense of fear. And what he did was he played on these deep anxieties that a lot of our white brothers and sisters, we have a lot of research about this, have about African Americans and to a lesser degree Latinos. So Darren Wilson was able to exaggerate the story that's deeply rooted in anti-black bias in this country that goes back hundreds of years. So the jurors would then say, my God, how could anybody not be afraid of this crazy, feral, super strong, superhuman black person who attacks police? And then that also allows them to then cover up the fact as we've seen. This grand jury process, number one, was unprecedented in terms of it was an info dump to confuse the jurors. And then by dumping all this information, the prosecutor is then able to say, look, we have all these other witnesses who then say that Darren Wilson is innocent, including the infamous juror number 40, who is a confessed white supremacist. And the
Okay, now let me stop you right here. First of all, those facts, again, I want to broaden this discussion. If we take those facts and we compare them to what you have seen as you've covered stories like this throughout the country, anytime you see an incident of this, does this not sound exactly like the facts that we might see in Topeka, or that we might see in New York, or that we might see in Ocala, Florida, where police officers step by step methodically create this narrative that gets them past the threshold, which is this subjective. I mean, there really is no guidance at all. The Supreme Court has given us no guidance whatsoever, but it's very subjective, and say, gee whiz, I was concerned. I was concerned for my safety and the safety of others. Now, in this narrative that Wilson gave, remember the thing about his waistband? As he was charging the police officer, he had his hand in his waistband. Now, what in the hell was that about?
Or even think about the Looney Tunes reference that Darren Wilson, rather than Michael Brown, ran so fast that he kicks up dust behind him while wearing shorts and flip-flops. As you pointed out again, what the police do is they try to create a narrative of threat, of fear, and of violence, and they'll bend the facts, they'll lie, and they'll obfuscate. And that's clearly what Darren Wilson did here. Another interesting fact that apparently has been left out of the mainstream media is that they said that Darren Wilson was in imminent threat of his life from somebody 20 or 30 feet away. Now we find out the struggle was about 150 feet away from the car. So Darren Wilson was not in any sense of imminent threat, but what you can do is, as we saw with Eric Gardner, as we've now seen with the poor child in Cleveland who's 12 years old, shot on video by a cop because he was playing with a toy gun in a park, is that you create fantastical stories. And then you play on bias. And then, as you pointed out again, George Zimmerman did the same thing, coming up with this fictive story about this feral black youth armed with iced tea and Skittles, who then can attack and kill him, and he's in quote-unquote imminent fear of his life. And that
okay, now let me again, I keep coming back to this point, because you can take virtually any police report from any part of the country and you could superimpose it, lay it right down on top of here, and you're going to have the same elements. As you point out, here was this, as they want to describe this huge black beast, is what they're trying to say, this feral black beast that we had to be afraid of. That you always see that in the report. You know, it's always big, it's always threatening. And then the second part of it then becomes, he was making some motion or something that led me to believe objectively, or at least subjectively, that he was going to do something bad. Now, those two things always come into play, and that's why I come to the waistband idea. Do you remember the report, as you're reading Darren Wilson, he's talking about that Brown was actually charging at him as bullets were flying at him, and that Brown had his hand in his waistband. That is the magic. You see, those are the magic words. Those are the magic words that says everything's okay, we can move on. Is that the way you saw this, or did I miss something here?
I absolutely agree. So the waistband is a signal to the jurors that this person, of course, because we know all black people are armed. We know all black men are giant feral beasts who carry weapons, be it guns, knives, razors, or any other variety of weapon. And again, as you said, it's a blueprint. So you signal to the juror, look, this crazed black person is attacking me like the Incredible Hulk. And apparently Michael Brown, according to Darren Wilson, was also demonically possessed.
Yeah, talk about that, because we see that in reports a lot. Drug influence, those types. So talk about that. About 40 seconds. Talk about that.
Yeah, the demon part is very important, because again, that suggests that black folks are some type of superhuman other that need no empathy, that deserve no respect, and are not citizens. And that goes back to the lynching discourse in the late 19th and early 20th century, where routinely in newspapers, African Americans who were victims of lynching violence would be described as demonic fiends or imps of the inferno.
So those were actual words that you would see in those reports.
Absolutely. They would say imps of the inferno. And the other thing that you would see in this profoundly racist discourse from lynching newspapers is that the killers are described as noble men who are just doing their job, which is basically what Darren Wilson said to ABC when he said, I have no regrets. I did the right thing.
Yeah, the important thing about the Darren Wilson story is it continues to emerge, and as we read it closer and closer, it is almost exactly like you would find in any police report where there's a homicide that's taken place. Chauncey DeVega, thanks for following this story. We'll do some follow-up as Darren Wilson rehabilitates himself in the media, okay?
Absolutely.
Broadcasting from a secret underground bunker, this is Angelocracy News and Politics. We cover news in politics, technology, music, entertainment, and current events worldwide. What is going on in your part of the world or in your life? What is news to you? Are you tired of watching 24-hour coverage of Justin Bieber and other celebrities on CNN? Then this is your chance to make a difference. Please share any interesting news, your opinions on any news events or subjects. If you want to join our hangout, just let us know.
Tell me why you protesting.
I'm protesting today because no pack of cigarillos and no cigarettes being sold on the street corner or not is worth anyone's lives. The egos of police officers are not worth anybody's lives. No one has the right to murder. So why do we give that right indiscriminately towards people who think they have magical costumes and badges? I'm horrified that these police officers who have committed violence against individuals are not being tried and upheld to the law that they're supposed to uphold themselves. I'm horrified that someone could choose not to indict a police officer who was caught on camera murdering an individual. I don't care whether that murder was via a chokehold or not. I don't care about that little technicality. What I care about is that this person murdered an individual on camera and the whole world saw it. So why are we still doing nothing? Why are we pretending like it didn't happen? This makes no sense. This has to change, and it has to change now.
Okay, thank you.
So, I have this really bad horror story about what happened.
Can I?
What?
The published none dare call it.